Is that long enough, Sync?
You get quite a lot of background noise.
Yeah. Okay, so if I'm talking, how is my audio? Are we good? Yeah, there's a bit of a delay, so you're going to have to tell me in a second. Yeah?
Are we leaving the top tier with nothing on?
Yeah, we're leaving these two have nothing on, so there's going to be a headset on the M1, yeah.
You're nice and loud.
And is it fine?
It's clear for you, but you do get everything that everyone's saying.
Okay, but does it sound like good if we're going to have a crowd?
Yeah.
Okay, but we will come through perfect. Okay, cool. All right. It's exciting, isn't it? It's so exciting. We're doing the same again now. Next weekend as well, eh?
Yeah, you got the big event, haven't you?
Mm.
But it's down to digital, that one.
Yeah.
It's really close. I don't think there's one at the end. Sorry?
What?
Let's have one.
Idiot.
I think there's more than own headset, but it's the same headset.
Oh, Zinc has his own, eh?
No, not Zinc. The Zinc's what is in here, I mean, I don't know what it is.
Okay.
So he's going around working all in, waiting for the line of orange. I'm really hoping it's this one. So is that alright? To leave their one if it's the same headset?
I don't know. The reason why we don't do it, we don't normally let them do it, is because if they have any tweaks or whatever, whereas we know these are ours, in reality I don't think we care in this environment. So.
Also, hey, have you got another red cable?
Sorry?
Have you got a USB going so that I can plug my phone in? It's fucking...
Yeah, we will have stuff. You need another red cable, Luke?
Oh, never mind.
It might be, if it is, it's hilarious. Yeah, it probably is. This is still more the most. Well, let me test this. I have no idea which one's mine anymore. I saw it when we went to well, it is. No, it's good. You're good. You're good there. Thank you.
It doesn't know who the second commentator is.
Sorry?
It doesn't know who the second commentator is.
Is it not Dave?
What?
Dave, Fryer.
If he turns up, yes. But it's one of them. If not, with me again. Well, I say again.
Yeah,
I'm an intriguing caster.
down, I'm staying
now.
down.
It's fair.
And that way I can't knock it. Yeah. Fine.
I literally woke up half an hour ago.
pretty dandy. It looks like we're live on both Twitch and YouTube now,
Oh, sweet.
so we should be okay.
Go and check Twitch just to make sure.
I think the problem we have, we're going to have to figure out a way to get this one closer to the other person as well. Unless,
Well, I can just come down that side.
well, you can view it on here as well, on this PC.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I can log in and spectate at the same time, can't I?
I've got pretty much a go ahead stream.
I've not said cam.
I'm not showing this live on Twitch yet.
You sure? This happens all the time. I don't know why. Sometimes it shows up, sometimes it doesn't. If you go to the actual website, it's there.
Where's the box that had these?
I don't know. It's going to be one of the ones we folded up. It'll be around the back somewhere. Drop the legs down when you do that.
So you guys put the blinds down?
Yeah. Yeah. No. sounds like, I guess. This keeps happening. Yeah. Dig the shirt. Dig the shirt.
I'm not sure.
colours spell England, right? The second word? Waters. No space or good space? Alright, okay.
Are they plugged in directly?
Yeah, it's really do you have any ETA on your last two?
That's a good question.
Can you chase them, please?
I'll chase them now, mate. 0. I was about to say.
Top one. Alright guys, jump on, get ready.
Oh, is this the weird mouse? Or is it
Guys,
USB?
don't forget guys, if you jump into a game,
Oh, is it PS2 that one?
Make sure it's USB works, keyboard, the other stuff.
I've got another pack.
You are the boss kind of human.
I know. Well, no, I'm not.
Still looking good at the What was it?
So I went back to.
No one's turned on its head.
Honestly, I'm gonna go out tonight. Beautiful.
Don't let me do it. Thank you. Can you just jump back to the webcam? Line it up a bit.
You can hear game sound from that.
Sorry?
You can hear the game sound from that through that. I don't know.
If I do this. Yeah, so that will be clear because it's stream free. But yeah, we'll have to check the audio levels once it's in. But I'll get one of the other guys to make this, obviously we'll be doing the talk.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, good. It's the same as close. It's like, all right, let's get mine open. We're nearly ready.
Tell him to look at his message. Tell Michael to look at his message.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, if you've not made it out of Queen's Hall, the large rotunda yet, please be aware that there's lots going on in Gloucester Hall as well on your Jersey Tech Day map. For example, go and see careers, jerseys and trackers if you're looking to switch jobs, or you're not sure about your career path, or you're considering an apprenticeship. They're over at Gloucester Hall. We also have representation from lots of our schools. Hillier, Jersey College for Girls, Highlands College and Jersey College Character School. There's lots going on over there. They are showcasing their tech work and demonstrating how tech helps them learn. And they're also having a lot of fun. I quite like going down there and doing it. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're interested to find out about tech in education, please make your way to the Bovine Theatre. Your expert panel will discuss the current and future plans for technology education here in our Jersey schools and best practice from elsewhere. So that's the Bovine Theatre at 11 o'clock.
Alright guys, we're just going to fire up the lobby now, so we should be getting underway very shortly. Obviously we're live here at Fort Regent, so come down, show your support. We've got Bovine Omnibus versus the Misfits. Have you disabled your chat?
No.
No, sorry. I mean, to stop people messaging you. It doesn't happen.
And a video production workshop going on in the dance studio, both at 11 o'clock.
Do we have people in the right order in the...
Literally just doing that.
Yeah, they're just trying to arrange each other into the right area.
Look on for the life of me figure out how to do it.
Huh?
Look on for the life of me figure out how to do it.
What?
Disable my chat.
Oh, it's fine. It's fine. It uses a... I know what you use.
Did I come through it? No.
when I spoke before. I guess we'll just have to make sure I get close to it or something.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you are interested in our Tech in Education panel, now's the time to make your way to the Don Theatre, please. Our expert panel will discuss the current and future plans for technology education in our Jersey schools and best practice elsewhere. Our expert panel is made up of Rory Steele, Assistant Teacher, Technology and Curriculum at Bowyer, Deputy Rob Grimes, Education Minister, Rob Dudley, Tech Entrepreneur, Mentor and Visiting Lecturer at JCG, Benedict Lewis, Director, Clinic and Organiser of Youth Hackathon, and everybody is moderated by our very own William Noel Bennett, founder and chairman of Jersey Coders Teenage Coding Club.
Cheers, boss. Alright guys, I'm excited, I hope you are. We're here once again for a semi-final. We were here last year, we just had a sort of a free-for-all competition. I'm Ed, I'm joined by Martin.
Hi, I'm Martin, joined by Ed.
Yeah, we're looking to kick this off. Misfits, Bovine Omnibus, and we'll give them the signal to kick it off. Sing. Right, so let's go off to our league screen. As soon as the game gets fired up. Oh, that one. Cool, yeah, so they're just readying up now. Everything's been set up with TeamSpeak, and so we're just waiting to kick this one off. So there's been a few roster changes to Misfits from last season. We've got 2 new players. ML Prob, Von Zinkington were obviously there last season. Enzis, Rocket, and No Tears, Only Dreams, I believe, are new on the roster.
Yeah, I've not seen them before.
Yeah, and we know most of Bovine, obviously competing in the final a few weeks back for the summer tournament. They're obviously were looking very strong in the final. Lost out to Mazes Toxic in the 4th game in the best of 5.
Bovine have actually got a new player today.
Oh, okay.
From what I hear, they actually picked him up yesterday.
Wow.
Not sure how much chemistry there's going to be there.
Okay.
But apparently he is a good player, so it's going to be worth keeping an eye on.
Okay. That'll be something to watch for. Right, so we enter our fabled band pick phase.
So, have you got any preconceived notion as to what each team might do, or?
I think that they might pick some champions here.
Yeah, that's
Summers.
a good start.
Yeah. So I hope that they do, because otherwise we might be in for a poor game.
Probably wouldn't be very interesting watching a black screen.
Yeah.
I think if Misfits has done their homework, they're probably going to look at target banning Regimond, as he seems to have done a lot of work in the past for the Bovine team.
Okay.
As I say, I'm not 100% on Misfits, but I know LP Rob is a very good player, so I can see
Yeah.
that.
Well, we got Fizz, Nautilus band out there, Kindred and Thresh. So it's going to be an interesting throwdown. I'm not sure how much they know of the other team. Obviously, Bovine, they have some research on, but Misfits are going to be largely unknown in this situation. So you're right
for
there.
an interesting first game while the teams get to know each other and know their styles and how they play.
Yeah. Obviously, it's best of 5, so we could be here for a while. Well, I guess the other way to look at it is first team to take 3 wins.
Yes, yeah. So, I think Bovine have got a bit of a history of starting off well, continuing off not so well.
Okay. Well, we did see them against Marzius Toxic. I believe they took, was it the 3rd game they managed to take?
Yes, yeah, they did.
Yeah, in a very, very close final for the summer 2016.
Yeah. We've got a Zyra pick coming out now. A bit of insider knowledge. I know that Steve Shreen is a very adept Zyra player. He actually, in most games that I've seen him play, ends up doing probably the most damage in the team.
Okay.
So it's going to be something that the Misfits are going to want to look out for.
Right. I don't know how much homework they've been able to get on that one,
No,
but we'll see.
They've the Misfits have picked up Maokai, which is obviously a very good pick. It should help to negate a lot of the damage from that Zyra with the AoE and the plants with his ult. Lux is going to help poke them out from afar, and Zach can dive in, do a lot of damage and just stay alive.
Okay.
Swain, I'm actually not sure who's going to be taking that one up.
Another couple of picks coming in.
A Lucian pick. I actually, again, don't know of anyone that plays Lucian on the Bovine team, so it's going to be worth looking out for that one. We've got a Xin pick, which is actually a strong favourite of the Bovine's usual jungler. Whether or not it's going to be the same jungler today, we'll find out.
Yeah.
And we've got obviously Alistair and Caitlyn in the bot lane, who are a very, very strong bottom lane coming out from the Misfits. We've got good engage from the Alistair and great long range poke from Caitlyn. Z holding out. Okay, so we've got quite a heavy AP team coming out from Bovine here with Swain, Zyra and Victor. Yeah, as I suspected, Bovine's going to be picking the Xin Zhao up in the jungle. It's a champion that he's been learning recently. He's been doing some good things on it, but it is going to be a pressure point if Misfits can work their way in.
Okay.
Misfits going for a very standard team setup, looking very strong as a beginning.
Okay. So now we have a 3-minute wait while the guys go in. Make sure we don't get any sneaky peeks from them, from people around. Obviously, we are live at Fort Regent, so if you want to come down, check it out, feel free and cheer the guys on. We have a big TV out front. You can probably see it right at the end there, where people are watching. We have some chairs set out for people to watch. We've got a few of the guys from Marzius Toxic obviously paying very close attention to this, knowing they're in the final against whoever does get through today. you can pick up tickets for that as well online. If you go to eSports.je, we have tickets available for everything there.
It's good to see that we've got a bit of a crowd building already.
Yeah, for sure. There's quite a few spectators. I don't know if you can see it just at the top of your screen. They're starting to gather around and really sort of pay close attention to, in reality, what is themselves right now, as we're waiting for the 3-minute timer to click through, and we can actually see some of the action that's going on in the game. About a minute and a half to go now. But obviously all the teams commed up, talking to each other, communicating. It is quite of an echo chamber in this room, but obviously with the headsets and microphones on, we got the Logitech G633s. They do quite a good job of being able to play in this environment.
We're, of course, very thankful to Shaw for sponsoring us during this event.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. So Shaw are obviously helping us with internet connectivity, both here at Hub and elsewhere. So we're incredibly grateful for them. It's, I think, the logical choice for gamers in Jersey. So we got another 40 seconds to go now, and then we'll be getting straight in and seeing if Misfits can get to the final for the first time, or if Bovine can retain their place in the finals, obviously giving automatic seeding for next year's summer 2017 finals. Don't forget, if you do want to get involved, you can go over to eSports.je, our website, which has all the details for this current tournament and obviously the next one. Well, we'll be announcing shortly for that one. All you need is a 5-man team. Get involved. The more the merrier. And we'll have online qualifiers, and then obviously both semi-finals and final will be played at our premises, either here or elsewhere. We'll probably do the same next year, I believe. So now we get to see the more interesting part, which is who has what skins.
Yes, it's as we know, it's one of our favourite ways to predict who's actually going to win the game.
Yep.
Skins equals wins.
Yep, very true.
So we've got a good, strong E-jersey clan tag showing.
Very solid. I like that from the Misfits. 10 points. Got a mishmash from the other team there, so...
Yeah. Not showing the greatest team bonding spirit, you know.
Yep.
Unfortunately, it was a bit too quick to spy the skins, but I can see a couple on Misfits there with Lux and Caitlin.
Alright, so let's see what they're going for the early game here. Just playing a bit. Can we see who's going which lane? I guess not quite just yet.
It is going to be a standard start, both ADC and supports going bottom lane. Junglers, one starting red, one start. Both starting red. Not actually that common on Zac nowadays, as far as I'm aware.
Okay.
Purely because I don't really know why. To be fair, he doesn't use mana, but every Zac that I've seen recently has started on blue.
That's fair. Here we go, the minions spawning now, so we should see the game getting some early action and getting underway soon.
So we've got a nice helpful pull coming out from Misfits starting on the red, and a one-man leash from Swain in the top lane.
Good farm, good level up, job done.
You can see there's been a bit of poke already in the mid lane. I think that's going to be quite an exciting matchup from what we've seen already.
How key do you think the teams will be using vision as a tool to get ahead in this game?
I think with the Zach and the Xin Zhao, I think it's going to be absolutely key, because Xin Zhao can run in through the lane and he can get his knock up on you very easily. Does a lot of damage and can easily score your team a kill. With Zach, he can just come flying in from the absolute middle of nowhere with a Z. So you want to try and get some strong wards out that you can keep an eye and know when he's coming for you. In the earlier levels, it's not such a worry because the Z doesn't stretch quite as far, but as he levels that up, then he'll that was some good trade from No Fear's Only Dream there. Getting a nice illumination, I think it is.
But it does seem that Bovine are taking the early advantage, pushing the Misfits back slightly, but obviously at this point it's too early to tell. Are we going to see someone down? No, he stays alive. We're not going to get first blood just yet. Very heavily pushing the turret at the bottom lane there.
It's a very good gank from Zach at level 3. Obviously Regimon escaping with his life and his summoners, but it's made him know that he has to start being careful now.
Yeah. And for people who aren't maybe so clear on the game and maybe watching for the first time, each team has a set of turrets that do heavy damage to the champions as they get near. So obviously there's an advantage to stay near your turret, because it will offer you additional protection, but obviously the enemy team can knock down that turret, giving them a much easier push onto the other teams. So,
another thing to be wary of on that note is if you've got low health, as Regimon does at the moment, with Zach, he's actually very good.
Oh, is he going to go down?
That's very close. That could be a kill. That's
first
a brilliant
blood.
first blood from Lux there.
Wow.
That's brilliant.
Well played to Misfits.
But yeah, as I was saying, if you've got low health, even hiding under your turret isn't that safe against a Zach, because he can jump in, his passive procs, and he goes into 4 blobs. One turret shot will kill 1 blob, and you can normally escape after a tower dive.
Well, looks like we're getting a gank here on Ginger Wookie. Are they going to take him out? Looks like he's able to retreat.
That was
and saves himself there.
Another fantastic gank from Zach, and a flash burn from Ginger Wookie there.
Do you think that the Bovine are overextending themselves in the early reaches, which has caused their initial, death?
I think it's been a combination of being a bit too aggressive, but also not anticipating the aggression from the Zach. It's quite unusual to see a Zach get involved in the game quite so soon. As I said, with that E range being quite short at the moment, it's quite hard to sneak up on people. But
as you can see here, Misfits hiding behind the tower, with Bovine pushing very heavily towards, but not wanting to engage, obviously, with the addition of the turret. If they were there, it wouldn't be a favourable battle for Bovine right now.
No. The one thing to keep an eye out with Zyra in the bottom lane is she does give a lot of push pressure with her plants. However, it does quite frequently come at the cost of her ADC's farm, because they do attack the CS and cause you to lose it quite frequently. As you can see, there's a 6 differential between the ADCs already.
Yeah. Well, one of the other key factors, obviously, money, as you can see in the top of the screen. They're relatively evenly balanced, with 7.8k to Misfits and 7.8k to Bovine. You can farm and earn extra money, which gives you will give you items in game, which will power up your character, so you can really push forward with that.
Yeah, I mean, we can see already that there is a bit of a gold lead starting up in top lane for Bovine, with a total of 1700 versus 1300 on Rocket.
Yep.
There's a massive gold lead in mid lane for Lux. She's 500 gold ahead of Regiment thanks to that kill, even though she's actually, she's now clawed it back. She was slightly behind in CS.
Emma Prob taking out some vision there. Do you think they'll go for the dragon?
I think they'd want to see a double kill in bottom lane first, before they was to consider that, because Lucian's very good at just coming in from behind and just taking everyone by surprise.
Yeah.
He does do a lot of damage very quickly.
Do Ginger Wookiee just getting back into action there. Obviously the small minions there, known as the bot lane, pushing forward help you and just take a lot of the damage from the turret. The turret will then turn on you should you attack an enemy, and you'll take damage yourself. So there's a strategic play used with the bot lane as well.
Got a good gank from Xin Zhao, but Lux knew exactly how much damage she had, and she absolutely wrecked Regimon there.
Yeah, two kills for Misfits here, really showing their strength. Are we expecting a strong end game from Bovine, or is this a sign of things to come?
For Bovine, Lucian's going to become very strong, Zyra's going to become very strong, as is Victor. Swain can be. Xin Zhao does tend to fall off. He's normally a bit of an early to mid game damage dealer. I actually fancy in the late game the Misfits in this match.
Yeah?
Yeah, they've got the tankiness from the Maokai and the Alistar. They've got the engage from the Zac, and they've got the massive damage from the Lux, especially if she keeps getting kills like this.
It should be interesting. So Bovine really need to pull it out now and start really taking some turrets and forcing them back, or maybe go for a few ganks.
Yeah, they need to start using their jungler a little bit more. He's got that ult now.
Rocket getting pushed back by Ginger Wookiee there, staying alive behind the turret.
It's very good trade, and obviously Rocket has no summoners now, so he's going to have to walk back to lane.
Yeah.
Which is going to give Ginger a good opportunity to push the lane up, get some good damage down on turret, go back by and come back.
Well, the other thing we're seeing now is Bovine really being pushed back on the bottom lane.
Yeah, that's...
But I don't know if we're just going to see trades back and forth from that still for a while.
Yeah, I mean, bottom lane for the moment is going to start to push towards Bovine because of the item differential between the ADCs. However, as Lucian gets his first item, it's going to equal up massively, and Zyra's got her Sightstone now.
Yeah.
So she's probably going to start looking to become a bit more aggressive, which should push it back in the opposite direction.
We've seen them clear the bot lane, but obviously another one straight into replace.
Lux trying for that steal on the blue there. Good attempt.
Ginger Wookiee still working away, chipping away at the top lane there. Looks like we're going to get a gank in here. Can he survive? He's been pushed out of lane now, heading towards jungle. But looks like he gets away in time.
It was a very good idea from Zac there. Ginger knew exactly what he was doing, got the roots down, and just walked away quite happily. Zyra actually missing a ult in bottom lane, which could have actually been a death for Zinkington, had it have hit. We can see Lux going down towards Xin Zhao. She's backed off.
Okay, so we're going to return there on bottom lane. Another gank in there. Is that going to get him? Is he going to make it?
That should be a kill. No.
Looks like he gets away. Very lucky there. Misfits really taking control of this game rather well.
Misfits are doing really well. I think actually, aside from the fact it was a brilliant gank from Zac there, it was actually a slight misplay. He could have tanked a couple of turret shots there, and they could have picked up that kill. That being said, he's going straight down to bottom. There was absolutely no respite.
I think that was more of an optimistic one than...
Yeah, I think he's just showing that, I am still paying attention to your lane, so don't get too settled.
Yeah.
But you did see straight away the Zyra plants coming out, and the amount of damage they put down that quickly.
And Prob just taking out some vision in that bottom lane as well.
We can see a bit of a trade going on the top lane.
Looks like Ginger Wookiee backing away there, waiting for the bot lane to come in, give him a hand, heading back to the turret, and we'll see another stalemate there. Really penned back there to their turret. Obviously, if Misfits push any further, then they'll start taking damage from the turret as well.
We got a brilliantly set up gank there from Xin Zhao. That was.
And is he going to go down? He's gone down. So that's the first kill there for Bovine Omnibus. Well played there, gank.
Really well worked there.
Taking out the vision as well.
Straight through the pink ward as well, which is.
And for the first time, I believe it takes them ahead on money as well.
Yes, yeah. It's actually, I'm not sure how there is a massive CS differential in the top lane. But
That should definitely help Ginger Wookiee push forward here, certainly clear the bot lane, and then hopefully progress somewhat and do some damage to the turret, which we should see starting to happen now in the game.
Yeah, that was actually really well played, and obviously as Swain gets his more tankier items, he can actually, in some cases, go on to 1 versus 3. So Ginger Wookiee could actually be the way back into this game.
Don't forget, if you do want to come down, you can actually watch this live at Fort Region. We do have a crowd building up behind here. We're at the Jersey Tech Fair this weekend, so head down, come give some support to Bovine or Misfits, depending on who you prefer, I guess. So yeah.
Oh, it's a brilliant knockout.
Wow.
there for
Okay,
Alistair.
another kill in there. So that gives another one to Misfits.
It was really well played from Alistair and Lux there. She roamed. I didn't even see it, and I can see everyone on the map. And Zach covering really well for her straight away to make sure that Regiment didn't get any free poke on that turret. That was really, really well played. I must confess, coming into this first game, I was anticipating a reasonably easy win for Bovine.
Yeah.
But Misfits are actually playing outstandingly well.
Well, the roster change is obviously paying dividends for them here.
Yeah.
With a few new faces for them, and I'm wondering if the singular roster change for Bovine has maybe not worked out as well as they had hoped.
Yeah,
Really
Lucian can
back.
be a very clicky ADC. A lot of teams can't play with him. You need to make sure that he can get in, do his damage, and get out again. If Zyra doesn't hit her roots, then there's not going to be a lot that they can do to save him.
Yeah.
And what with the root from the Maokai, the knockup from the Zac, and the headbutt pulverize from Alistair, it's going to be very difficult.
Providing technical support and training to local small businesses and to individuals. Tom will demonstrate
Are we getting another thing here?
Zinzao coming in.
It's not a good time to come in. Should get away with that, close enough to the turret there.
It was a bit questionable.
Another
from
gank
Zinzao.
here. Looks like they might get this one. He's gone down, so that's the 4th kill there for Misfits.
Wow.
Really exerting their pressure now. Ginger Wookiee, I guess, has to come in further now to make some advantage.
Yeah,
Situation.
He really needs to step it up again if he's going to save this game. Lux has got 4 kills now. It's going to get to the point where she just needs to hit a binding and ult someone, and they will pop.
Looks like Ginger Wookiee is starting to push onto Rocket. Not sure if he's going to get that kill. Obviously, a lot of action happening on the bottom lane as well.
Yeah.
Looks like they managed to escape. Rocket's managed to escape that one. Stays alive.
That's the first turret of the game, which is worth, I believe, an extra 400 gold.
Okay.
Again, onto that Lux. So now, if we look at the gold differential, we can see it's now 2,300 in favour of Lux. I mean, that's 2/3 of a top tier item. So it's going to be extremely difficult for Regimon to get back into this now. He just needs to play it safe, wait for his ganks, and then engage. If he gets hit by any binding, it's probably going to be either going back or going to die.
Yeah, well, Ginger Wookiee again, just toying with that turret on top lane, but not really been able to make much progress on it. Looks like we're getting another gank here from Zac. Are we going to see any dragon action, do you think? A huge team battle here.
Yeah, that's a great knockout.
ML propped down, giving a kill to Bovine there.
That was
Could this turn the tables? Obviously, gold starting to even up again now because of that kill.
Yeah. I would say that was a slight misplay from Caitlyn there. She should have followed MLP Rob up there, and I think they could have turned that in their favour.
Yeah.
But
Vision
she
not
obviously
too
valued the
pretty
farm.
for either team, I believe, on Dragon there. So I don't know if we're going to see someone maybe go for it.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably at this point it's more in favour of the Bovine team to go for that.
Yeah.
That was a very close miss from the roots there. Zinzao's coming down, having a look.
Yeah,
Got a ping
Ginger
from the
Wookiee really
blue
has
team.
pushed him back heavily there. Doesn't seem to be able to get out away from his turret, but obviously, if they can keep him occupied up there, then it stops him heading down anywhere else in the map, which is obviously
Yeah.
the biggest fear, I guess, for Misfits right now.
I mean, with Maokai, his main goal in this matchup is to not die, not let Swain roam, and just keep doing his thing, keep getting tankier, and eventually he's going to TP into a team fight. And actually, he's got good engage there, a lot of backup from
they're
Lux,
really
and you can
pushing
see
him
the damage.
Looks like he's going to live to fight another day again.
That's the flash burn again.
But it really does help with that lane and give Rocket some breathing room there.
Yeah, it's
Trying to push those minions back at least.
I must say, so far, Lux has absolutely been the player to watch today. She's really been doing great things and great damage. We can see the vision war in bottom lane is getting a bit intense now. Pink ward's going up and down, left, right and centre.
Yeah. Well, are we going to see a push for a dragon here? I see a lot of action in terms of movement. A bit of vision down there as well, so they should be able to see anything coming through. But
we can see Lux is having a look down the river, deciding whether or not she wanted to go down again. I think if they get a kill in bottom lane, I think that will be quite an easy dragon take for them.
Obviously seeing vision here taken out as well. They seem to be aware of this a lot more. It looks like they're going to go for it.
So it's actually the ideal time. Jin Zhao up in red, obviously they aren't aware of that, but he's in red, so there's no way he's going to make it down in time to try and smite steal it.
So that will give LC an advantage to the Misfits there, giving them a buff for a while.
It's an Ocean Drake, which I believe is mana region, I think, which for Lux is going to be incredibly helpful. She does do a lot of damage, but she is very mana hungry at the same time. We've got a good trade coming out in the top lane.
Ginger Wookie the wrong side there, but also we're seeing a turret on the bottom lane going down.
There you go, that's Lux doing her thing again.
Yeah,
Just
another gank in here. ML Prob not looking too well here. Can they get the support in? It's under the turret, which isn't great for them.
Could be a triple 3 for 0 here. Zach and Alistair.
Mayhem everywhere. Bovine Omnibus staying alive. ML Prob taking some damage, just toying around the turret, see if any of that's going to get picked up. Von Zinkington has slain him. Regiment coming in slightly too late. Looks like they're going to go away with this. Another great exchange there for Misfits.
Yeah, that's actually really no end helpful for Caitlyn there. She's picked up 2 kills now.
Yeah, Regiment just still pushing them out there, but I don't think they're going to be able to get anything more from this team battle here. ML Prob looks like he might actually go down. I take that back. Getting to the turret, not in time though.
That was well picked up there from Regiment. Obviously, he knew Alistair had burnt his ultimate on the turret dive. And he should have been able to have picked that up easily, so he just kept on with it.
I think not taking that kill would have hurt them incredibly, both for gold and obviously as a pushing objective. So
yeah, I think
well played.
Even from a team morale point of view, the fact now that you've got 2 kills on your mid laner, you know that you're going to start getting more gold, more items, and more pressure.
Yeah. Enz is there, just taking some more farm there. Some vision going down from Steve Train. So what do we have live now? Is Baron live?
Yes, he is.
So do you think we'll see anyone going for Baron, or do you think, Ginger Wookie not looking great here. Looks like Ginger Wookie's down.
I mean, there's not a lot now at this point. If you don't get a full team focus on Lux, that's pretty much going to be GG at this point.
Yeah.
She's incredibly strong now. Swain actually one of the tankier damage dealers in top lane, and as you saw there, she just melted through him.
Yeah. Phenomenal play by Misfits so far. I mean, obviously the difference in gold isn't, I mean, there's 2k there, but it's not unrecoverable, but is the build something that's just past Bovine at this point?
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Lux has got 6 kills is going to do more for the Misfits than the gold differential. Because the Bovine Omnibus are going to be looking at that and going, oh wow, we need to deal with that. And actually, Caitlyn's going to be doing some good damage. And obviously, Alistair, Zach, and Maokai are all going to be doing good damage limitation. And actually good damage as well.
Yeah.
I think Regiment starting now that he's got a couple of kills, he can start doing some damage, but I think the only person that he's going to be likely to be able to kill at this point is Caitlyn.
Okay. Well, it's interesting at this point there's only one turret that's gone down still. But I wouldn't imagine it'll be long until we see a few more.
Yeah, they're playing a very patient game at the moment. Top lane, I wouldn't expect to see anything coming too soon. But bottom lane, this should go down now. That's a fantastic engage there. Again,
getting
Lux
out in
just
time.
dispatching.
Not able to take the turret, but
Ooh,
doing
that
heavy
was,
damage.
That was questionable from Lucian there, not taking that Caitlyn ult for Victor. I think this is some of the communication issue that I was predicting. And actually,
yeah, another one. Oh wow!
That's
well played.
Not
Looks like the
what you
reverse
wanted to
gank in
see.
here.
That's the second time I've seen that happen with Zach.
Well, it looks like we got a huge team battle going on now down in mid. I wonder if the winning team from this one will go on to take Baron, but huge damage there.
That's
Ginger Wookiee actually being able to play slightly, but I don't think he's going to get away from this as Von Zinkington comes in to support.
no, Zach's coming up now. That's going to be the knock up, and that's the flash. As I said, now that he's got an item, he is starting to get very tanky, so he should be able to escape that. But he shouldn't be able to get too much more from it.
Couple lost either side there, so good trade.
But, I think before we see the Baron, we'll see both side lane turrets go down.
Yeah.
And we'll see a big push on bottom lane from Misfits to try and just detract from any attention to top lane, to try and remove at least one member down to the bottom.
Yeah.
Yeah, Lux is nearly unstoppable now. Obviously she did get killed there, but that was largely due to a slight misplace from Zach or miscommunication. Obviously his ult knocking Bovine Omnibus, the player, out of the way of the Lux abilities, which probably would have killed him.
Yeah. So I don't know if they're checking for vision at this point or just toying with the idea of Baron. Probably not a smart choice when there's still another 5 still in
Lux and
existence.
Alistair were coming up there hoping for something on the Swain, but obviously spotted out by the ward. He's just going to go and try and play safe under turret now.
We'll see him be pushed back here, even without the turret. Interesting situation. Looks like they're going to try and take top here, so Ginger Wookiee's really going to have to pull it out. Obviously getting support from Bovine here.
That's
another big team battle. I don't know if they're going to get any more support in time. Everyone's preoccupied elsewhere. Bot lane coming up, but obviously they do have to support the turret, so if they can just stay under there, they should be safe.
they're
Looks like they're going to go for another dragon here.
the Misfits are tanky at the moment, but I don't think they're
Von
quite that
Zinkington
tanky.
might fall here.
Yep,
Does get taken.
that was well played from Bovine there. Slightly slow communication, I think, from Bovine for Regiment only just to make that down in time. But it is going to be a dragon picked up, an Infernal Drake no less.
Fair play. Are we going to see a comeback now from Bovine? Still heavily stacked
that's
against
the
him, I
dead
guess.
Lucian.
But
I mean, that was a QE from Lux. If she's
I might have
she's
to take
got
it
her
all
ult.
back. Steve Train dropping down.
That's it.
Regiment looks like it's going to get out of there in time.
I think if Misfits keep playing as they are and Lux is allowed to just stay at the back, keep just sending out her abilities, I don't think this game's going to last too much longer.
Is this now more of a recon mission for the next game?
Yeah, I think Bovine just needs to kind of either step it
Another
up to the
huge
next
team battle
game.
here, but again a stalemate.
Yeah, Bovine either need to step it up a massive gear, which we know they can do,
Yeah.
or they just need to do damage limitation, let this game finish without getting too stressed about it.
Yep.
I know Regiment can tilt at times. He's not doing too badly, but to see his team getting dismantled by a Lux, he's probably not going to be too chuffed.
Yeah. We're not seeing too much singular targeting here, I don't think. Obviously, the strategy you can employ just literally gank one character, continue.
Yeah.
But I don't think we've seen too much of that in this game.
No, it's been pretty good actually. Zach's done an incredible job. Ooh, that was a bit of a miss
Big
there.
exchange there.
Yeah, he's done an incredible job of sharing the love, as it were, to each of his lanes.
Yeah.
Rather than just focusing on mid lane or focusing on top lane, where you still do have the potential to lose your game.
Yeah.
He's shared the love between the 3 lanes equally, so they've all got a good chance of getting good items and being able
Oh,
to
is
carry.
Regiment going to get out of this alive? I wouldn't be so hopeful if I was him right now. Can he get back in time? But he's got support coming in.
Done well with that ghost
Does
there.
manage to save it. Good communication there by Bovine.
I actually think at this point Ginger Wiki wants to just abandon top lane and he needs to go mid, because the damage differential coming out of Misfits in mid lane is just superb. He's not really going to be able to achieve a lot against the Maokai.
That's good.
You can actually see Misfits going up towards the top lane, and I think that's probably going to be a reasonably simple kill.
Yeah, it's just too much here for Ginger Wookie to try and pull off, even with the turret, and I'd imagine the turret's going to go straight after this.
Yeah.
We're not seeing too much support with them staying one in mid, one down jungle. So it looks like we're going to lose the first turret on top lane.
I think next time there's a big fight, that's when we could expect to see a Baron coming out.
Okay.
I think if we get either the jungler or just 2 members of Bovine down, I think that'll be a straight Baron and win for Misfits. Obviously Regiment trying to come in for the Lux there with good damage. Extremely good damage in fact. Actually getting the kill, which I wasn't expecting. He's just chasing down the tree now.
Doesn't look like they're going to get any support from the rest of the team there, as Misfits are fighting their own battles elsewhere.
Yeah, I mean, Caitlyn just picking up some more farm in the mid lane, pushing it back, keeping the pressure on there, so that now that they're down to the inhibitor turret, they need to make sure that that doesn't go down, otherwise that will be the beginning of the end. Actually, fantastic damage coming out from Xin Zhao, but just stayed too long. Wasn't welcome anymore. And Zinkington coming down and just dispatching him. Actually, it was very well played by Aliaster to keep him busy that time while Zinkington made his way down.
Another blue turret down, giving them some extra income and probably morale.
I mean, we can see on the Misfits side that Lux is 8-2 now. She's got her Ludens Echo, she's got her Rabadons. She, at this point, actually can just dismantle anyone in 2 abilities. Swain might take a couple more because of his ultimate and the fact that he is so tanky, but it's going to be I don't actually see a way back for Bovine, if I'm completely honest, in this game.
So this is just gone for Misfits. In this situation, would you throw the towel in, or would you keep going looking for openings that you could maybe utilise in the next match?
I think from a personal standpoint of view, as soon
It's
as
a huge team battle here. I think everyone involved now.
Maokai making his way in.
Ginger Wookie taking out Zing.
It was a bit late from the Maokai.
This could sway everything if they manage to get more.
Ginger
Well, heavy, they
Wookie's
lose
down.
their first. There's only 2 left alive for the Misfits. This could swing the game quite heavily if they manage to get maybe there's another dragon coming in.
Yeah,
is
he's
this
up
enough
in
to
10
really
seconds, so
push through?
the smite is down for Zach, so there's no chance of him doing a flyby and stealing up the way past.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to go for the dragon here.
We've got a brilliant kill coming out from Lux there, showing that, you know, that's what
mess.
happens when you don't finish her off.
Yeah. Are we going to see a steal here? Coming
Her
up behind, obviously.
ultimate is actually coming up pretty soon. If it's up in time, I think she could probably steal this
Trevor time.
from Xin Zhao. He doesn't have a great track record of smites.
There we go. Going for the kills rather than staying. This could be risky if this backfires.
That's really well played from Misfits there. They actually waited for
Backing
the right
away,
time.
and it looks like it's going to go to Misfits again.
Pressured them off. That's really, really well played.
Really holding their own here.
Caitlin trying to help with the Q there, but not quite reaching. No, full props to Zach and Lux there. I wasn't expecting that at all. They knew exactly what they were doing, and they pushed them off at the perfect time. So we're seeing Swain back in that top lane. He's obviously adamant that he wants to keep that farm lead, and wants to make sure that he's keeping some pressure in top lane so that Misfits can't just 5-man mid.
Yeah.
Which is obviously what their intention is at the moment.
Yeah. Well, they're really pushing up now.
Yeah.
Is this going to be the beginning of the end?
Yeah, I think they've got the scent of blood now. They've had their first taste and they've decided that they like it.
Obviously, a huge team battle earlier where they fell. They actually lost out on that, but then obviously taking the dragon really paid dividends for them back in their favour.
Yeah, I mean, that actually shows what a difference, despite the numerous roster changes, they've obviously had more time to play together. And the Lux and the Zac survived and were managed to get away. Whereas, obviously, the Lucian with the ADC, who should be doing a large amount of damage, is kind of not fitting in with the system.
Yeah.
He's getting taken out quite frequently on his own.
Rock going for a return here. They're really pushing down through now on mid, so I don't know if they're going to try and just rush on through, but yeah, like you said, I'm not really sure what they can do from this situation.
Zinkington obviously happy with what he saw there.
You probably can't, I don't know if you can hear it, but Zinkington is bleating like a sheep currently, so...
I think it's cries of nice.
Yeah.
We're seeing some good trades going down. Just kind of warding each other off, and actually Alistair taking a lot of damage. He's thankfully he's an extremely tanky champion, and he won't be too worried about his lost health if he's still got his ultimate, which he has, as that practically makes you unkillable at this point in the game.
Well, we're definitely seeing resemblance of that coming into play anyway.
Lucian taking a very questionable route there.
Leaving the ward intact as well. I've seen the whole team go through there, I would have thought.
I think on the
Prob not looking great, but I imagine the support coming with him. Maybe something Bovine don't want to even try and engage with.
well,
As we can see there,
regimen. There you go.
straight down.
As soon as you get caught by that binding,
Another huge team battle here. Misfits not having anyone down yet. We're not sure if Emil Prob's going to go though. Heavy damage. Emil Prob is down, so it's back to 4v4.
You could see there what I was talking about with the Alistair being so tanky.
Yeah.
I mean, that took 3 members of the Bovine team quite some time to kill him there, and allowed for the Lux to escape at the very least.
Yeah.
Who obviously at this point is the main damage dealer of the team. The thing to look out for is obviously we saw Lux popping Regimen with her ult there, and it's back up again already. It does a lot of damage and it has a very short cooldown. I think next game Bovine are going to be crazy if they allow the Lux through again.
Are we going to see a more aggressive game from either side, do you think, in the next one?
I think Bovine need to step it up again. I think Misfits have been absolutely perfect in this game. I think they've known their limits, they've known their champions, and they've done really, really well.
Yeah, we haven't seen too much overstretching at all.
No.
Even in the big team battle, when they could have gone in for the kill on the other two, they definitely were a bit more reserved and held, and unfortunately for Bovine, it didn't pay dividends taking that strategy.
Yeah, no, I think Bovine need...
Ginger Wookie here, he's going to drop surely. Another kill there for Misfits, 19-12 now. Steve Train getting chased down.
It's a great engage.
I assume this is what we had Zing's nice for.
It's going to be a dead Steve Train and a very, very poor ultimate.
Wow.
Yeah, that was extremely questionable.
Really showing their dominance now, forcing them back into base, and Bovine, I guess there's not much they can do. They're down to 3. Looks like they're going to go for Baron here.
Yeah, that should be... I mean, Zinzao is up, but he hasn't got flash, so it means he's going to have to run around the side. If he does that, he'll just get killed by Lux.
Looks like they're coming in straight down.
Sorry about that.
Really not a lot they can do from this situation. Looks like they're going to take Baron rather comfortably here.
That's marked the beginning of, well, the middle of the end, really. You know, it's... I think they'd have to be TSM at this point to be able to get this back. And as fond as I am of them, they're not quite that good.
Okay. Looks like they're just trying to defend mid there.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as you lose one inhibitor, it becomes so much more difficult because you get those super minions, and especially now that they've got the Baron buff, the cannon creeps that you see here in the bottom left of your screen, they can actually sit there and shoot the turret range.
Oh, looks like going for Dragon here. Another buff then for Misfits if they take this, which they will.
It's an Elder as well, which is fantastic news for them. I believe that doubles the other Dragon's buffs, I believe.
Wow.
So yeah, the cannon creeps with Baron empowerment, they actually shoot further away than the turret does.
Yeah.
And they don't take as much magic damage, so you need the ADC or Zinzao to come in and kill them for you.
Well, it looks like they are starting to fall into the... I don't know if they were trying to bait them into this position, but it seems to have got them there. So if Bovine can't hold them off in this position, then I don't think there's a lot they can do.
No,
obviously it's a best of 5, so they still do have another few games to get back into it, and hopefully they can turn the story around for the next one.
Wow, that was...
so it has worked for them.
Yeah, that was a missed Lux ultimate that led to that death there. She got a bit too overexcited.
ML Prob, is he going to fall as well?
And with the 3 members that are left now, 2, there was no way that they're going to win that fight. I think Alistair just going in there to sacrifice himself to make sure that Zach and Maokai do get away.
Yeah, obviously the baiting there at the top of mid lane really has worked for them, and now they're able to push back down.
I mean, I said before that they'd have to be TSM. Now, TSM, what they're renowned for is getting a little bit behind in a game, not quite so far as this usually, and just team fighting so excellently that they overcome the goal differential and they can actually go on to win.
I wonder if we're seeing an overextension here from them. They're under the turret. This is not going to go well for them. They need to retreat here or they're going to die. Ginger Wookie going the wrong way, getting caught the wrong side of the turret, and does get taken out as a result of it.
Failing his flash over the wall there.
However, the traders, they do get the turret down.
That's a dead Regimond. Actually, in fairness, that should probably be game. You've got Victor and Swain, the 2 main damage dealers for the Bovine team, who are down dead for 40 plus seconds.
I mean, the one thing we have seen so far is they have been incredibly conservative, so I don't know if Misfits won't want to try and overextend, knowing that they are sitting quite comfortably in control here, and just play the game out.
I think they might be taking a strategy of, we're going to finish this game properly, we're going to take every turret, every tower, and we're going to work our way round.
Well, I mean, the one thing we did see is when they did get baited down mid, they did get taken out by Bovine, which did allow them to push all the way through and take that bottom turret. So maybe they are going to try and make sure they don't make mistakes like that again.
Yeah.
And don't let them get anywhere back in this game. And also they're looking like they're taking this one here now as well.
You see Zin diving into the middle there and just not really doing a whole lot.
Wow.
I mean, he moved him a little
It's heavy.
bit, but yeah, that's game. That's
No way back for them now.
an absolutely perfect fight from Misfits there.
Jinchawuki doing what he can from this position, but I'm really not sure it's much. Is he going to go down as well? He does.
He's trying. Lucian getting a kill back.
Obviously now within range of the turret, so they are going to potentially fall back. Von thinking to play it very risky, goes down.
That was
Ensis potentially going as well. No, looks like they're getting back, so Richmond down now. They're really falling deep here.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if it's a wise tactic. Obviously a few minions left to support them.
They're trying their best to do as
they're
much
taking
damage
it
as
as
they
well.
can.
I don't know when they're going to fall back, but they are definitely going a bit balls to the walls here.
Yeah, they're getting
Doing
very
incredibly
overexcited,
well
but
for
obviously getting chased away now. The good news for them, of course, is that as soon as
We are going to lose Rocket here.
that's what I was talking
Misfits.
about before. Zyra got caught by that binding, caught by the ultimate, and that's dead for another 40 seconds again.
Well, the damage they managed to do whilst in there is so heavy that it was definitely, I would say, worthwhile.
Oh, absolutely. There's no question about it. If they get even two members of Bovine dead at the same time now, they can just march straight in the middle, and they'll just push to win.
I can't imagine this game will last too much longer now.
No.
It's almost a foregone conclusion. So
This is actually one of the longer games that I've seen us have, I believe.
yeah, I don't know if we've had too many go past the 45-minute mark. So
No.
it's a good opening, albeit maybe slightly one-sided after the first maybe 20-30 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, in all fairness, the goal differential wasn't huge,
Yeah.
but the morale point of view made a massive difference in this game. And I don't think that Bovine could have played it much better to have been able to hold on for this long, because at least it shows that they're building their confidence, building their team experience.
Yeah.
So full props to them.
Okay.
You can see
So again, pushing back in again.
Bovine just trying to push out.
Yeah. The real question is this the final push as they're coming through top lane, I believe, or instead meandering through jungle. Just taking out vision there.
And you can see Baron's coming up in 30 seconds or so. So whether or not the idea is to put some pressure onto the lanes, take that and then finish off the push, then I mean you can see them kind of hovering around. They're making their way towards base. They've been spotted out by the spooky ghosts.
Too spooky. Too spooky for Bovine.
Yeah.
And so we're going to get, is that Baron appearing again in another 3 seconds? Are they going to go for this one and then go for the final push with buff?
Yeah, I think as soon as they get this, then doesn't matter how well Bovine play, there's no way they're going to ward them off. They haven't got the turrets to back them up now. As long as Misfits just push them in, then it's just going to be GG. I mean, look at how much health Zach's got. He's practically unstoppable now. Alistair's been unstoppable for the last 15-20 minutes. And Maokai he's just a tree. You know, he's just...
Okay, so we are potentially going to see the final push in now. Minions I don't think have any chance here. Falling straight down. He's going through mid. I don't know if they're going to go try and push through there.
I mean, they're pushing through mid. Not necessarily much need. They could just walk to bottom and just walk straight in the front door, or side door, as it were. But good reach coming out from Jinchawuki there, but a very questionable dive there. I'm not really sure.
In this situation, I'm not sure what else anyone could have done.
I mean,
it's just heavy. It's just throwing it out there.
It was an attempt at the very least. You know, that was a fantastic route from Maokai there, getting that off just in the nick of time.
Bob taking some heavy damage. Is he going to be able to survive this
Zyra
barrage
popped
now?
and Wookie
Wookie down
not
again.
a chance. And actually that's a clean 5 for 0 fight.
Ace to finish the game. Well
Brilliant.
played, Misfits. We'll have the next game in about 10-15 minutes from now. And we'll hopefully see you there, and we'll just have some footage of the players, I guess. Thanks for joining us, and we'll see you for game 2.
Work-life balance has become work-life integration. Mobility brings an increasing ability to work anywhere, anytime, any device. New ways of working and learning also blur personal and professional. What are the trends, and how do we navigate this always-on culture?
Yeah. Oh, is that
Look, I'm an AD carry. I take the stuff when I want. What's his is mine and what's mine is also mine. Sorry? It's fine. I didn't care. Like, I just yeah. I don't have you altered at one point and I just didn't need to flash, but I didn't think that I flashed. Sorry?
I don't want to do it too much because I'm going to count. Oh, hang on, why is that time to sleep? I don't really need this keyboard. That's good, right? So basically what I want to say with I'll move the mic. Oh no, that's fine. Because the guys are saying they could hear both of us, but I was like, right, games we set on us, let's go in. Oh, yeah.
We're team two this time.
Go, let me change that, right?
Yeah, I'll sort it out.
Alright, sweet. That's out of the way.
And then we get everyone else on
Oh, sorry, no, I need to change. Because.
Cheers. Ed.
Hello? Okay.
Just move team.
How do I spectate?
You've got to wait for someone to move off.
I need someone else to jump out.
Sorry?
I need someone to before.
Yeah, I know. Get rid of the brown block. Who's the leader? You. George. Ed, there you go. You got the room. You can move.
No, I can't.
Ed,
I can't.
your lingo about having phones.
Yeah, it's so you can like pick up the stream and stuff. So we just take all the phones off people. It's going to be in a box inside. We're not going to be.
Don't want Who Wants to Be a Millionaire situation, right? Vibrations mean something. It should be 10, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. What, 10 anyway?
Well, you just stole someone's phone.
Oh, that's good, right? Yeah. Alright, we're just stealing everyone's phones here so they can't do some sneaky streaming during the game.
See, they are secure. It's matching seal box.
And we're just getting ready now to kick off into the next game.
I should be the keeper of the phone. I should be the keeper of the phones.
The keeper of the phones.
It's kind of weird it loses it when it's not there. So. Alright guys, we're just about to kick off here. So we're obviously in our spectating position. And we'll see what happens in the fan pick selection.
I'll see what they
to go? Everyone good? Quick shout out to Marzia's Toxics team there, obviously spying in on the match here, so we appreciate you guys coming down. Don't forget, if you want, you can come down to check us out. We are at Fort Regent Live, so come down and show your support for either the Misfits or Bovine Omnibus. You're not allowed to tickle them. We do ask you do not touch them, certainly not Ginger Wookie's beard, but short of that, come down and give them some flack or cheers. Okay, we good, guys? Let's roll. And here we are, banned Pigface. Right, now, what are Bovine Omnibus going to do to counter the Misfits in this situation?
I think, first off, they're not going to play Lux, ban Lux, sorry. They are going to ban Lux. English is very hard.
It is indeed. We're seeing Zach straight out off.
Zach had a massive impact that game as well, so it's not a surprise at all to see him banned. Misfits sticking with the Fizz ban. I think Regimon plays Fizz quite reasonably. I'm not 100% on that one.
Okay.
I don't expect that we'll see Victor coming out again, because that was not the greatest performance I've ever seen.
Okay.
I think a Yorick ban. Yorick's quite a strong laner at the moment.
Lux straight out of the picture though.
Yeah.
From Bovine, don't want any more of that Lux.
They
Lux
weren't
and
a
Zach,
fan of that.
GG.
I think the main strategy for Bovine here needs to be they need to get that early game lead so that they don't lose out to the what appeared to be more experience and better teamwork from Misfits there.
Yeah.
We've got a Maokai pick who I know Ginger Wookie plays well. Only thing his teammates will have to deal with is his Maokai skin, which every time he throws a sapling he does give it a good meow.
Wow.
Which gets very irritating.
Big plays there, obviously.
Yeah.
Is that enough to tilt a player in game?
Oh, it's more than enough to tilt your ADC, as I found out.
Oh wow, okay, that's fair.
You've got Scion and Kindred hover there. An Elise pick, actually. Wow. I've not seen an awful lot of Elise lately. That being said, the few times that I have seen it played against Bovine Omnibus, the player, he's been somewhat dismantled by it because she does have a lot of damage and she does get very tanky very quickly. We've got the Zyra picked up again. Obviously Steve Train feeling confident after his last game, question mark.
Yeah.
Either that or he's just got a point to prove now.
Do you think we'll see many grudges in this one?
Yeah, I don't think No Tears is going to have quite as simple a time this time. I think he might get a bit of focus.
Okay.
Especially now that he's on Vel'Koz with his pink vomit, which does shred through teams really quickly if he got the right engage.
Okay. Only are we looking for? Do we think Bovine are going to go for a quick short, or are they going to go for the long game this time? I think still blind to the last two, but
with the Maokai and the Zyra, I think they're going to be looking to a mid to late game again, probably around 30 minutes or so. with the Syndra pickup, who I know Regimon plays fairly well. He does have a lot of presence on that champion. And a Jinx pickup as well, who in recent times has been my favourite ADC. I did hear a few grumblings in the intermission from Bovine that they were going to be looking for a hyper carry. Syndra will burst any champion without a shadow of a doubt. 10 points if you get the shadow reference there. And Jinx, absolutely ridiculous damage with their minigun and rockets combo. We've got Caitlyn picked up again. Zington obviously feeling very confident on that. Happy with the way he played. And a Braum pickup. Now that's going to be actually really useful with the Vel'Koz, from the simple fact is if he gets a knock up on 2 people, Vel'Koz will just ult over those 2 people and they'll probably die.
Okay.
It'd be quite an easy pickup for them.
Okay, so obviously Misfits looking to just smash through again.
Yeah,
on this one.
I think they enjoyed the brute force approach last time, and it obviously worked really well for them. So I don't see that they have too much to change here.
Yeah. So obviously we get a quick preview of the guys going into game now. We obviously have a 3-minute delay. Make sure they can't get any sneaky beaky tactics in whilst watching the stream, or having people signal from behind them, I guess. So we are live here. You can come down and attend, watch it. Obviously a good thing.
Just having a quick peek, and it seems that there's quite a good showing of skins this game. Not entirely sure. I can't really see too well. But it's going to be for the Bovine Omnibus to step up here. If Misfits do what they did last game, then it's going to be a reasonably simple win. Obviously only a minute and 40 odd left. I think we can expect to see standard setups again. I'm not expecting an invade this game from either team. That being said, Sion with his knock-up can be very useful, and it could serve to just tilt Bovine that little bit more.
Yeah.
Because I think they were struggling last game, and during the intermission for motivation, they did look a little bit dejected.
Yeah. I mean, they definitely affect him. I don't know how much confidence they're going to have going into this game.
I mean,
but I wouldn't have thought it was a terrible game for them last one. I mean, obviously they didn't work well. The builds maybe didn't play in their favour, but we could see a much stronger game from them this time.
I think from a purely comfort point of view on this game, I do know that the majority of Bovine, perhaps even Coloured Waters, who I'm not too aware of, have all got strong comfort champions for them.
Yeah.
Fun bit of trivia for you, actually. In the first semi-final that actually I played with Bovine, was the first time that Bovine Omnibus, the player, had ever played Sejuani.
Oh wow!
And he did really quite well on it, and he's actually put it into a regular rotation now.
Well, yeah, it's obviously paid dividends so far. They did get to the final in the last in the summer tournament, and it's a case of can they do it again for the winter coming up now?
Yeah, absolutely. So let's see if we can have a quick scan and
see who's got the skins to win.
Skins, yeah.
Yeah. The important factor here. Quite a nice crowd as well building up at the back of our stand here, which is always a good thing. So if you do want to get involved, head down. It's a free entry up here, and we've also got the competition finals next weekend. So again, free entry. If you head over to eSports.je, you should be able to find out more information on tickets there.
Oh wow, full skin team from Bovine, and only 2 skins missing from Misfits. So obviously this is going to be an easy win for Bovine, but you know.
Yeah, skins costing Riot points. You can actually get some of those from a giveaway we're doing next week, where a couple of lucky spectators at the live finals on Saturday at 3 o'clock onwards can win Riot points just by simply turning up.
So we've got a standard buy set, no questionable first items like cloth armor against an AP top laner. Okay, we've got a double blue start here. There's going to be no invade coming out. Both teams just setting each other up and making sure that no one's going to sneak in without being found out. And actually, a good shot from Zinkington there, but a missed cocoon from Enzies. I'm not really sure how you say his name, to be fair.
Let's go with Jeff. Jeff works, right?
Jeff always works.
The intrepid start, where we wait for the first team to make a move and the minions to spawn.
I mean, personally, the first 1 minute 10 is my favourite of the game. But,
Yeah. Based on the first 1 minute 10 so far of this game, 1 minute 20, which way do you think this game's going to go now?
oh well, I think at this point it's pretty clear cut that it's going to be a Bovine game. You know, they've got a really strong CS lead.
Yeah. To be fair, I'd say it could go either way at this point.
Yeah, well,
And so
time
the
will
farm-
tell.
The farm getting underway now, getting in those early Gs.
So obviously the benefit there for bottom lane is that for the Bovine team is that because they didn't have to give a leash, they were able to go straight into lane and get a bit of a push if that's what they want.
Yeah.
Which with Jinx is kind of what you want, because the more pressure you can put on under turret, the better.
Yeah.
Thankfully for Zinkington, Caitlyn is one of the better ADCs for farming under turret. She has really good base damage, and a headshot makes for really good trades at the same time. I think it's every 7 shots you get a guaranteed critical strike. She also does outrange Jinx quite heavily in her minigun form. When Jinx swaps to rockets, it's only a little difference.
Okay.
And a good trade there in mid lane.
Yeah. Heavy early engage there in mid.
I think we can sense that there's a struggle of might in mid lane already. Regimen used to coming out on top in his trades, but may have finally met his match.
We'll see as this unfolds, I guess. Early days still. But it'd be interesting to see if Misfits can take the second game. Obviously, then push Bovine on the heavy back foot there. Obviously, best of 5, first team to winning 3. Takes a victory, heads to the final with a chance to win £300. Runner-up getting £100, so they're at least guaranteed £100 from the winner today. Oh, and of course, the most important thing, t-shirts.
Well, obviously that's the highlight of anybody's competition.
Oh, for sure, for sure.
Especially getting to rep such a advanced organisation as eSports.je.
Powered by Shaw, can't forget them.
Yep.
I mean, they're really helping us out, which is phenomenal.
They've been incredibly good.
So we're seeing ML Prod push back to turret here. It's looking very similar to the first game, with Bovine really pushing back early on, being maybe slightly more aggressive, but is that going to hurt them again as they did in the last game?
Yeah, I think they should be a bit more careful this time with their vision. Obviously they've still got the Zyra, who does like to push early game, as I mentioned last game. However, with Misfits having the Elise, if she sneaks in without them noticing, lands a cocoon, that should be a kill. She does an incredible amount of damage when she swaps to spider form, and Caitlyn with her headshots, and if she lands a trap or a net, she gets also guaranteed critical strike as well. So she can do a lot of damage very quickly.
Rocket now pushing Ginger Wookie the other way. Obviously having the protection of the turret, meaning that Ginger Wookie can't follow in too early. Obviously with less items, you're going to take a lot more damage from those turrets in the early hours.
The thing to consider for Scion is he can go very tanky. He can also go hybrid tanky and AP.
Yeah.
And he can make use of his E, which is the one that you just saw there, where he shunts a minion away. And as you can see by Gingerwicky's health bar, it does do a lot of damage. Especially earlier on when your resistances aren't there and you haven't got a great amount of health to start with. Obviously the good thing for Maokai in this trade is the tankier that Scion goes, Maokai's W is actually percent damage, and so Rocket will be hurting himself by going tanky. And we can see already there's a large health difference in mid lane. Velkoz's really putting the hurt on Regiment. Apologies for the background, as we said. We're currently casting from the Fort Regent Tech Fair, a brilliant venue. If anyone is in Jersey and would like to come down, then they're more than welcome.
Yeah, we are enjoying the echo chamber they've provided us with here. Probably not apt for casting, but certainly great for what we're doing here.
So, just from an experience point of view from last game, I'm going to be expecting that Bovine Omnibus, the player Sejuani, won't be too keen to go and gank top and bottom lanes. Because he's going to want to make sure that he's only a shout away from mid lane. Regiment obviously being the stronger of the laners here, the most likely one to carry from what we saw of last game anyway. That being said, obviously Kind Waters is a very good player. He's on a hyper carry, so once he gets 2-3 items, then he will be doing good damage. Good gank and good flash away to safety there from Syndra.
Just toying around there, looks like Misfits starting to push out a bit, but still looking pretty strong from Bovine on bottom lane, and it's going to be interesting to see which way the first blood goes.
We can see that already there's a bit of a CS lead starting to develop in bottom lane and top lane in favour of Bovine. That's good for Jinx's point of view because it helps her get closer to her first item.
We're also seeing a big difference in money as well.
Yeah, that's going to be coming. Actually, in fairness, jungle as well is starting to pull away now. Obviously, Elise favouring to gank a little bit earlier on than Sejuani. It's looking good so far for Bovine. They're looking more confident, more settled than last game.
Yeah. Do you think it was just early nerves, or do you think that people are just being asked to wake up far too early on a Saturday?
I think that's probably it. I don't think Regiment comes alive much before 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
Okay. So we could see a strong late game from them, purely on an awoken perspective.
Yeah. If we go to a game 4 and game 5, I think it'll be a different man, as it were.
Okay.
Obviously, these people are professionals, or want to be at the very least.
Oh, taking heavy damage. First blood goes to Misfits by the looks of things.
Fantastically well played from Velkoz there.
Regiment obviously still waiting for the alarm clock to go off.
Yeah. He did get his ultimate off, but with the items that he's got, he didn't have that extra amount of AP that Velkoz did. And No Tears really making full advantage of that fact.
Yeah. Well, the other thing as well is it's obviously evened out the gold.
Yeah. And again, it's
another big engage, but I don't think we're going to see anything more than that on the top lane there.
We can see a good bit of poke there straight onto Zyra. I think from the last game, the Misfits have kind of identified her as a bit of a weak spot in the team. As I said, she does do a lot of damage and she gets to the late game and has her items, but Steve Train is not the most experienced member of the team.
Okay.
He's not the highest ranked, and there is going to be a difference in experience.
You're going to see a bit of no, getting away there. It's a very conservative game from both sides here. Obviously 1 kill in the bag for Misfits. But we did see similar in the last one. So hopefully Bovine have a backup plan here.
Actually, worth noting there is MLP Rob doing something that he didn't necessarily do last game. He's keeping a track of those plants in the bushes, going and standing on them to kill them so that Zyra can't pop them up.
Got it.
He can also put up his shield, which I believe blocks the root, which is Steve Train's favoured method of proccing the plants. So it's actually a very intelligent pick, the Brown there.
Oh, are we going to see
Good
much
engage
going on
onto
here?
Elise. She goes straight up, dies for her
Straight down
troubles,
ends.
but that was some really good damage from Vel'Koz, and that's a kill
Oh,
picked
return
up.
there. Are we going to see another one here?
And he's got his barrier, so he's safe.
Very early engaging here now.
But actually, he could. That was a questionable auto attack onto Scuttlebug there. Obviously, feeling confident enough to go and keep on chasing that.
Is he going to get out in time? He's under the turret, so he might be able to get some protection from that, but they're still gunning for him. They don't
Sion
take him
here
out, they're
could
going to back
tank
him
that.
off. They
That's
took him out.
Really well played. Absolutely fantastic from Misfits here.
Misfits looking just as strong as they were in the first game now.
I think they've got that confidence behind them,
Yeah.
and I think they're sowing the seeds of doubt in the back of the minds of Bovine. Elise just going to pick up her red, helping with a surprising amount of damage, even though she's most likely to go tanky this game.
We haven't seen too much in terms of strategy played by Bovine to maybe outthink Misfits so far.
Yeah, I think that's my main issue with their playstyle that I've seen from them today. From previous games that I've seen them, and know of them having played with them myself, they're usually quite proactive.
Yeah.
Certainly in the first game and so far in this game, they've been reactive,
Yeah.
which is not the situation that you want to be in when you've just taken a defeat and the team has looked so good. And you see there actually Redmond using
Oh,
his
there
ult.
we go. So it looks like Misfits picking up the buff there.
They're picking up that buff already. That's Cloud Drake, which is the favourite Drake of Bovine. Not really, they hate it. They've got a curse. I believe the other day they said they had 7 in a row.
Wow.
And all it does really is makes you run a little bit faster out of combat. It's a bit useless.
There we go. Another kill there on Steve Train. So again, in the early openings, it's not looking very good for Bovine here.
That is what I was talking about before. He didn't necessarily do anything wrong there,
Yeah.
but because of the lack of higher level experience, he wasn't quite necessarily expecting to be there or have so much power as they did, and he just got caught out again.
Is this much a lack of communication?
I think the communication's there.
Got
as
a
you
huge
see.
battle here with Emerald Prob looking like they're going down.
Yeah,
Bovine
really well
pushing
played.
back here. Obviously under the turret with extra protection. Von Zinkington's taking some heavy damage, but should be able to get out of there, I would have thought. Regimon looking like he
That's
might take some damage. Are they going to
that's
get
a
some extra kills here?
good
Or are they going
barrier.
to play conservative?
And you can see Sion's teleported
Rocket
down.
kind of in the middle, but obviously still fairly heavy on health.
Elise making her way back up with a good cocoon.
Back,
That's an easy
takes
kill.
on.
That won't be a kill on Regiment.
Another very good play there by Misfits. Bovine coming out the worst of the two there.
This is actually, compared to last game, this is starting to become a bit of a bloodbath now.
Yeah.
I think Misfits are looking now, and they're just thinking, we can win this sides, and they just want to finish it off nice and quickly.
Yeah. Eyes on potentially Marzi's Toxic this early on.
Absolutely, I think now already they're going to be starting to think, right, let's just clean this up, and then we can start preparing. Obviously, Marzi's Toxic being an extremely good team.
Yeah.
That being said, it's not all over yet. They've got the extreme tankiness of Maokai with damage reduction. They've got an incredible engage from Sejuani. Jinx, as I said, is a hyper carry, and once she gets 2 items, 3 items, she'll just shred through the team.
Do you think Bovine will just be looking to drag this out now, try and get a longer end game?
I think that's their best hope at the moment, is to just try and keep it ticking along. Don't lose their farm advantage and just keeping on, as it were. As you can see there, though, Vel'Koz keeping a real track of Regiment, knowing exactly where he is and getting good damage in return for letting him get the blue buff.
Ginger Wookie there just languishing under his turret there, making the most of it.
That was a attempted stun from Regiment there. Would have been a good opportunity for damage. Unfortunately, this is the kind of thing that you see from a Maokai Scion fight. They're not incredibly exciting.
Well, it looks like Bovine sneaking in there. We might get another team battle here.
But that
switching
actually
over
is,
to in mid lane, so they do manage to take out a Misfit there, but just the one. Rocket seems to be getting away. I don't know if he's going to be able to go the right position. Looks like he's getting ganked. This is a fantastic play by Bovine, finally coming together here, being a bit more proactive.
That was really well played there from Regiment, actually. He did what needed to be done in mid, and he ran straight top. He didn't rest on his laurels. He didn't try and push his lane. He knew they needed help, and he came and gave it. That's exactly what they needed to be able to get back into this game and get some confidence back.
Yeah, and it looks like they're going to go for...
This is the Rift Herald, I believe, which gives you sort of a Baron buff on one player on your team.
Oh, it looks like we might be getting some action here from Misfits, trying to sneak in here. I don't know if there's going to be enough of them in time. Maybe they'll try and go for a steal here. Enz is coming in. It's going to get no. Surely they're going to take this now. They have the buff. No one went down. Let's see what goes on.
As I said last game, it's always worth trying for the steal. For global objectives, Baron, Dragon, Rift Herald against Bovine, because their jungler has, quite frankly, one of the worst track records I've ever seen on smites. As you saw there, Syndra actually getting the kill on the Rift Scuttler.
Yeah, Regiment now. Is he going to take out Enzis? It looks like he might go down. That's another kill. Bovine really coming back into this game now.
Yeah, absolutely. Regiment on a more comfortable champion for him. Getting a good ultimate off there, but it was actually a slight misplay from Elise there.
Yeah.
She should have E'd up a little bit quicker than that, and it would have, I believe it would have cancelled the ultimate from Regiment, and she would have saved herself a lot of damage.
Yeah.
But obviously there is a slight transition time from human form to spider form. And that's right there is what you see the advantage of Braum. He can block the incoming ults, the W's, and then when the plants are procced, he can just dash back to Caitlyn to safety, so it saves him losing a third to half his health.
Yeah. Are we seeing a difference here in style of play, or just a few mistakes creeping into Misfits' game?
I think Misfits have allowed themselves to get a little bit overconfident, which is forgivable in the circumstance. I mean, they were playing very, very well and still are. But I think Bovine are starting to become a little bit stronger. They're feeling a little bit more confident, and they're starting to have their way with them.
They've got a turret to their name as well.
Yeah.
Ahead on goals, doing relatively well on kills. It's obviously tied up in that situation. But certainly looking a lot more rosy than it was about 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, absolutely. Full credit to them. It would have been quite easy for them to just given up already. It's not fun laning against the Vel'Koz that is ahead of you, and Regiment's done really well to keep his cool and get back into the game. And we've got a good teleport coming in.
Going to drop here, but there's 3 down at the bottom. Are they going to get anyone else back in to support them?
That's actually
huge. Is ML Prop going to go down? ML Prop goes down here. Phenomenal play. Rocket down as well. That takes another one. Can Von Zinkington get out in time?
That's really, really well played by Bovine. That was a terrible ultimate from Scion. Teleported in and kind of just altered straight into the wall.
Yeah. The longer this goes on, are we going to say, oh, here we go, going for another dragon here?
Yeah, we're actually getting Bovine going for the dragon this time. The Misfits have it.
It looks like they're going to take more
And
here
this is
from the
gonna be it's
Misfits.
going to be another kill on Elise. Maybe. Oh,
Just
that
gets
was a
in
very
there.
unlucky flash.
And the Dragon is theirs as well. So that's
Well
another
picked up.
buff there.
That one's the Ocean, which I think restores health and mana, which is extremely helpful for the trades in mid lane, which seem to be consistent, and also for the mana regen to enable those trades, but also for Zyra in the bottom lane.
Yeah.
Proccing those plants does cost a lot of mana.
Yeah, well, Baron, we also know now, is live. Do you think if we see another team battle that we could see either going in for Baron?
It is a possibility. I would probably expect to see a bit more pressure in bottom lane first, but
Yeah.
it's not unexpected, if that makes sense. It's definitely worth getting an early Baron because it does give you a massive power boost.
Bovine certainly looking to start creeping into this game a bit more now, looking very comfortable. And we could see a 1-1 after this, but again, still early days, only 20 minutes in. Last match lasted around 50, I believe.
Yeah, it wasn't far off there. As you can see, Bovine actually building up a bit of a kill lead and gold lead. And in the top lane, you can see Zion's trying his hardest, but Malko's got an 80 farm lead, and he's just untouchable at the moment. And he's doing a lot of damage back.
Just keeping the vision up down in middle there, so have to keep an eye on anyone might be there for Baron.
So you can see Elise is looking towards the bottom lane. She's wondering if she can make some plays. That's a good engage from LRP Rob there. And that's going to be a dead Zyra. She took the more questionable route running towards the lane rather than through the tri-bush. And she's paid for that mistake with her life. You can see Elise not resting at all, straight up to mid lane, bringing Caitlyn and Braum with her.
Obviously getting that advantage of the kill, pushes the other team, stretches them a bit more, and you just go in for more and more and more.
Yeah.
And really apply that pressure and turn the screw.
That
Looks like we
should
might
be
see
an
a
easy
turret going down as well.
And actually, that should possibly be a kill if they play it correctly. No, they're just playing it safe for now.
Enza's toying with Baron, it's taking out the vision, I guess. Obviously they wouldn't want to go for that with a full contingent from the other team still.
No.
Being able to pressure straight through.
Especially not with a Sejuani, because it's so easy for Sejuani to dash in from somewhere that you haven't noticed that and ultimate half your team, and then before you know it, it's a turn fight. And not only have Bovine gotten an ace, but they've also picked up the Baron.
Yeah. So no turret here to protect Rocket. Are we going to see pushback? But then it looks like Misfits are going to take bottom turret as well. So that puts them slightly ahead on that. But I don't know if that's going to be enough to get them back in. But they're certainly doing a lot better than they were.
Yeah,
There you
they've
go.
slowed down their deaths a lot here. Taken a step back and slowed down on the aggression. And actually, Rocket has bought a Void Portal, I believe it's called, that sends little creeps running down the lane.
Yeah.
The little suicide bomber things, and they blow up on the turret or on the minions, and they do quite good damage actually, and they help to freeze a lane, which means that Malko won't be able to leave that lane for too long. He won't be able to teleport bot and help them push it, because then he'll just lose his top turret and reverse any good work that he's done so far. Again, that's a brilliant ultimate from MLP Rob, and that should be a kill onto Regiment. And
Straight down, I
Malkai
think.
teleporting in very questionably cancelled it. That's the correct choice.
Yeah, well, so do you think oh, here we go, another battle going on just at the top lane here. Are we going to see any extra action? Probably not. Do you think that maybe the confidence started to kick in for the Misfits and they overextended, got caught out? and now they're starting to retreat back and then play it a bit more safe, make sure they're not feeding anyone, and just trying to work their way back into this game now.
Yeah, I think they were feeling really confident and probably overextended a little bit, got a little bit too greedy.
Yeah.
Let Regimon get some kills under his belt, and now that he's become a bit of a threat, they've gone, right, we need to take a step back, go back to what we were doing in the first game, what we were doing at the beginning of this game, and just approach it from step one rather than jumping halfway into a fight and just expecting to be able to blow them up. But you can see absolutely fantastic damage coming from Vel'Koz there.
Yeah. Fellas there, heading back to heal up, I guess.
They're going to try and push and see if they can get mid lane.
Give them some extra gold. Turret's currently even, but we might see an engage here.
Well, that was a good cocoon from Elise there, but I don't think they would necessarily have gotten anything from it. Obviously, Maokai is extremely tanky at this point.
3 of them there in mid. Rotating 2 down to bottom there. Ginger Wookiee obviously not on top lane, giving a free run there to Rocket. Should be able to potentially push that turret down now, I think.
And this is what I was talking about with his Void Portal, is he's now moved it from the lane side behind where his original turret was up until the front bush.
Yeah.
Which allows the creeps to actually make it to the turret, and they'll start doing some good damage to the turret as well, even without him being there.
Oh, big engage here. Team battle kicking in.
Brilliant.
Is Emil Prop going to get out alive? Doesn't look like he's going to survive this one. Sneaks out. Wow, phenomenal play by Emil Prop. Ends this down. Rocket in the middle of nowhere. Looks like he's going to fall here. Not great positioning. Von Zinkington sneaking out. Doesn't quite make it though. Falls as well. And this is, again, phenomenal play by Bovine.
Yeah, that's...
doing really well in the team battles here, and I think this is obviously playing, as one of their heavy strengths now.
You can saw there the...
Emma probably the only one to sneak out who I thought was going to go first.
Yeah, I think they got baited in a little bit by the Scion train there. Not entirely sure if you had the choo-choo yelled from Rocket, but he was obviously delighted with himself that he managed to hit something.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to go for a dragon here as well. I don't think they're going for Baron in this situation. Obviously, some of them coming back into play now. Looks like they're going to have a full contingent other than No Tears, Only Dream.
Yeah, I mean, they're doing really well at the moment. That one was an Infernal Drake, which is extra AP and AD. Which is obviously great for Regimond and for Jinx. I think at this point it's very much in the hands of Bovine to throw this away. It's not going to take good team play from Misfits at this point. I think it's going to take good team play and poor team play from Bovine.
Yeah.
This is very much a reversal of roles from the last game.
Well, I think two big team battles have really kicked in here, and it's definitely favoured Bovine in both of them, and it's definitely swung the game in their favour from them.
Yeah, they've done really, really well to have come back from such a crushing defeat last game. This is a bit more of their experience side coming out now. As a team, they've obviously played in a couple of competitive matches before.
Ladies and gentlemen,
and they know that they can't let themselves get flustered.
On the key fob has been found in the Dom Theatre. It also has a little light bulb attached to it.
Yeah, they know they can't let themselves get flustered. They just have to start again.
Please come to the office near the swimming pool area in Queen's Hall, and I will for you. Thank you.
Just a heads up, if anyone has left their car keys at Fort Regent, please collect them from reception. Meanwhile, back in the game.
It's probably me, to be fair.
Yeah, I hope it's not one of our players, because they're probably not going to be able to take a break right now.
Okay, so what's going on at the
So yeah, we're seeing some good engage from Bovine, showing good aggression, good confidence, and actually a good engage.
Oh, ends us down.
Yeah, we've seen the Scion train come flying in and flying back out again.
This panel is entitled Your
Obviously
Mobile
wasn't a scheduled stop.
Yeah, making their presence known, at least.
Future transactions.
If
The latest technology that's
my
being
good
touted
friend
slightly
Jack is
differently
watching,
from
he'll be
other
delighted.
lives. But
He
what
does
is
like people to
blockchain
alt in the
and
middle
how
of
will it
nowhere
impact
for
on us as
pressure,
individuals and business people?
specifically in the
So
jungle.
that's the blockchain panel in the John Theatre
Nothing quite like
at
brand
Bovine.
awareness.
So we're getting a great deal of aggression from Bovine there, and Sejuani really showing how tanky she is.
Well, they
and
are doing
that's-
it under the turret as well, which is fairly
damage
risky,
from
but
Regimond.
they're doing enough.
That's fantastically well played. They really can't have done much more there. Sejuani needs to be a bit careful.
We should see the
she's not
turret
got a
fall
lot
as
of
well
health.
here.
She's probably going to die there. Yep, cleaned up by the Elise. She was a bit overexcited jumping in, but
Yeah, trade definitely worth it though for the amount they've taken out.
Yeah,
and let's face it, there's more dead on Misfits than there are on Bovine right
yeah,
now.
it's a good trade. They got 2 turrets. They got 4 for 2, I believe.
Yeah. Taking out the
And an
inhib.
inhib as well.
Yeah.
Wow, that's
Very
that
well played
really
by
couldn't
Bovine
have
there.
gone much better for them.
Yeah. And we also have some of Marzia's Toxic lurking around. Marzi himself, obviously known as a famous tilter who isn't very good. He's trying to get some extra intel because he's going to need it for the final. Whoever makes it through, either Misfits or Bovine.
I think at this point there's not too much that Misfits are going to be able to do to slow the advance of Bovine. I think they're going to have to do what Bovine did last game so well. It's they're going to have to take a step back. They're going to have to reassess their approach and just decide how they're going to win the next game. That being said, they can still win this game.
Well, I think the early onset of aggression from Bovine I'd imagine we'll see this game wrap up slightly sooner, but it's definitely, again, paid dividends with obviously the team battles.
Yeah. Just seeing a lot of mini clearing going on at the moment.
Yeah.
Regimond just picking up some extra gold before he goes back. Looking at that, I'm not sure if he's saving for anything immediately, but
Throwing out some vision again. Any advantage for them right now is a good thing.
yeah, absolutely. I mean, a lot of games are won and lost in the vision. It's such an important factor. You get a good catch onto Rocket there. That could be him going down.
Yep, another one down
Really
there.
well played.
Bovine just looking unstoppable right now.
They've certainly found their groove, and I think this could be the road to success for them. I think if they keep playing with the confidence that they've displayed in this game, then they should be able to find the next couple of games pretty easy.
Yeah.
Misfits need to just go back to the confidence that they found in that first game.
Yeah. Alarm clock's obviously gone off. Do you think hunger could be a factor in this situation now?
Yeah, I'm not too sure about the Misfits, what their attitude's like, but I think the hunger may have actually spurred Bovine on a little bit. I know Michael doesn't like to miss meals.
Right.
He was probably like, right lads, let's get this over and done with
So we can
go
get
and
some
find
chow
some
down.
food.
Yeah, fair play, fair play. It's understandable. So, it's fair, it's fair.
So yeah, we're seeing Bovine picking up the dragon now. It's another Infernal.
Pushing up now. I don't think it's going to take too much longer for them to really just
No.
smash in. Obviously still 5-5 at the minute, but I don't think any team battles are going to be favouring Misfits in this situation.
Oh, they're Bovine are picking up the Baron now. I think it's time for Misfits to just really, just accept defeat.
Yeah.
Maybe even
Just be the final push.
Sure. Rocket going down again. This is 6th death now. That's actually quite a lot.
Really pushing there. ML Prob just taking the brunt. Is he going to sneak away? No, doesn't quite get there like before.
So that's 2, and that's some good damage back onto Zinc there.
Well, obviously he's strong with the Baron here, so
following that, and that's
we're bound to see the final push at this stage, surely.
that's GG for them.
2 alive, running straight back to home. But the strength here is just unsurmountable, I think.
And Vel'Koz gets popped, and Elise is just having a bit of a dance, and yeah, she just gets finished off. Right, so
And looks like it. So wow, 1 apiece. Not long now until the next game. We are taking a slightly longer break actually, so people can get some food in case they are getting hangry. So we'll probably be back. Let's see, what time are we now? So we'll probably be back probably around 1:45 for the next game. If we can kick off sooner, we will do, and we'll see who takes the third game. Cool. Right, let's get some food. Hi, man.
And what time here again? Sorry, 1:45. Sorry. What time here again? 1:45. Slightly before then, I guess it's 12:02.
Probably didn't notice I put all of them in there.
How'd you put the lid on? Ted Little. Oh, you know what? There we go. Just one more.
Alright, how are you?
Yeah, good. You right?
Yeah, I'm good, thanks. I woke up at 12:15 today. Me and Michelle, we both woke up at 12:15. Came in still sleeping with a jet lag.
Oh, God.
I was not expecting that. Which controller works for the machine or is it handy?
Any should, yeah.
I got mine. Put something else on for another 45 minutes.
Yeah, that's fine.
Wow, so popular. Saturday.
Fucking hell, that.
I was here until about 2-ish.
I've read it. I can do. I just wanted to.
Ladies and gentlemen, just another call for anybody who has lost VW car keys with a Jackson's Garage logo on the key fob and a little light bulb attached. If you come to the swimming pool area in Queen's Hall, I am in the office just behind and I have the keys. Thank you. ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, if you're interested in finding out all about artificial intelligence, AI, then please head to the Bovine room in 5 minutes for a 1:30 talk from Will Graham. Computers have been around for over 60 years, but only in recent times have they been artificially intelligent. AI is a vast subject, covering things like consciousness, what it means to be intelligent, how we can test for intelligence, the development of computing power, the use and abuse of chatbots, and applications of AI, particularly for medical purposes and financial services. In this talk, Will gives a clear summary of AI, discusses chatbots, gives a demonstration of a real chatbot, called the Uberbot, and discusses the role of AI in financial services. So that's in the Bovine room in a few minutes.
thing we were talking about the other day, I was like, oh, there's two handles here. Why is there two handles? One that's eSports.je. Oh, this is
So down. I might need to go grab some things I need to do. Yeah, I walked in, I was like, no, I'm not getting, so I'm still waiting to see.
In that accent as well. I was saying to the bloke, like, you have to wait like everyone else.
Yeah, you've got to run. You're working like around it. Don't think everyone else goes around you. What you do.
goes at 4, so we're going to have to smash it. Alright guys, we're just looking to set up for the next game. Obviously it's one apiece now, it's pretty intense, a little bit excited. Zink's dropping his Pringles on the floor, that's how intense this is. He is putting it in the bin, he is in fact not going to eat the Pringle that fell on the floor. Alright, so it's best of 5, so we could have another 3 games, potentially just 2, but I'm a little bit excited. So.
Just that sometimes this guy.
Yeah, that's fine. What you can do is what I normally do is use my phone, because you can use the league chat phone. So that'll work. Cool. Oh, hang on, this mouse. So team's readying up now. We're going to the next band pick phase very shortly. Zink's still eating Pringles. This is ML Prob. Bovine sipping down some, I assume, coffee. Everyone refueled. No one's hopefully hangry. The queues were relatively long here at the fort. We're going to have to wait half an hour to get a pasty. Pringles do seem to be the food of choice at the moment. We still have a few members of Mars's Toxic viewing the stream. They're not very good, obviously. They are in the final, I believe purely through luck. Marzi is incredibly toxic. If Marzi or Beans would like to come towards camera and just dab for us, that would be phenomenal. I'm not sure if they are going to, but we'll see.
If Marzi or Beans would like to come towards camera and just dab for us, that would be phenomenal. I'm not sure if they are going to.
Marzi being incredibly prude today, so I don't think we're going to see anything from him. Maybe we'll get something from the real LP, who's in our Counter-Strike tournament, which is also running next week at the Jizz Jazzy Hub alongside Street Fighter, Rocket League and Hearthstone. Okay, so we're just waiting on ML Prob now. I don't know if he's gone for a bathroom break, but yeah, Zink's given me the nod, he has gone. We are going to follow in and question him on the status of his current bladder, but he should be back shortly. So as soon as he gets back, we'll get the game underway and start the band pick phase for the third match. Alright, looks like we got ML Prop. So let's get the next round of band picks underway. Oh, hang on, bear with us. The lead client seems to have stopped. We'll just signal to Zinc. Our lead client crashed. Zinc, can you re-invite?
Would help if I knew my own password.
Yeah. I hope most people didn't see that on stream there. We're just retyping passwords in the lock. But I believe you can just see our friendly gamers. Zinc obviously out with the party rings there. Consuming one ring at a time. Okay, Zinc. Okay. That's us back in.
No,
Lobby's
it's not.
full, Zinc. Can we get someone to spectate?
Steve, let's go spectate quick. Let's go spectate quick so I can get Ready, cool.
Yeah. Okay, so now let's head back to our band pick phase. So, what are we expecting this game?
From Bovine, I'll be expecting more of the same. I think they were feeling nice and confident towards the end of last game. From Misfits, I'd like to see them change it up a little bit. Perhaps not take the Caitlyn again.
We're seeing bands coming in here now. Lux obviously banned again by Bovine there.
They did not enjoy playing against that last game.
Oh, the first game? On the Lux?
First game, yep. Sorry.
Nautilus banned out there by Misfits.
You're still taken away.
Zach, as expected, again, absolutely trounced him in the first game, but obviously did a lot better in the second. Zyra getting called out there from Misfits.
So they actually did ban the Zyra. I heard mumblings amongst the Bovine team that they were kind of expecting that. Obviously it was a lot more useful last game than in the first.
Yeah.
And Maokai being taken away. Obviously he's very good at turning team fights with his...
Interesting game name I see as well.
Yeah.
Yaldon wrecked us good.
Yes, I believe the first game was You're Gonna Get Wrecked. So, yeah. At least there's some good sportsmanship from giving and taking that.
Very true. Obviously needed. So don't forget, if you are in Jersey, you can come down to 4 Region and watch the Tech Fair live. We are here.
So we've got Abram coming out from Bovine along with Sezwani again. Obviously she was quite impactful last game. A more comfortable pick for Bovine Omnibus, the player. I'm going to have to make one of them change their name, either the team or the player. And from Misfits we've got a Malphite, an Amumu and an Echo coming out. Quite a strong AP presence. Good tankiness from the Amumu and the Malphite. Fantastic engage from both of them. And Echo, depending on what route he goes down, full AP or tanky, he can cause massive amounts of damage, but also go back to safety with his ult if he gets caught out, or failing that, if he stays in for long enough, then he can also do an awful lot amount of damage with his ult into the team. We've got Cho'Gath and an Ezreal coming out now. Ezreal, not a favourite pick of mine. He can be very strong. He's good at getting a lot of poke down. And Cho, if he gets an advantage, can just be incredibly strong. He can just nom people for days, and just becomes a mountain.
Yeah, well, we have had lunch, so I don't know if we'll be getting too much nomming in this one, but we'll see.
Well, we'd like to hope on their behalf that we will, but if we don't, I'm sure Misfits won't be too unhappy about that.
Very true.
We've got an Ashe and a Nami coming out from Misfits here. Nami is a very good support. She's got good healing, good knockups, and a great useful ultimate. However, she is very, very squishy, and with good engage from a Braum and the poke from an Ezreal, that could be tricky. Ashe, obviously, a very, very good ADC. She's got a great stun on her ultimate. There's actually really good team synergy for the engage from Misfits being shown here. Bovine actually not got such great engage, but still a strong team comp.
Okay, and now we wait for the 3 minutes for these guys to get underway. We don't want any sneaky, beaky spying from them, so we do live with a 3 minute cooldown. So we'll just watch them as they get underway physically, and then we'll join them back in game as soon as the cooldown finishes for the delay. So, do we think that, well, I don't know, based on the early selection and the way they're playing so far, who would you want to see taking early advantage in this, and will it pay dividends in the long game?
For my personal point of view, I actually prefer the Misfits team selection.
Yeah.
Sorry. I'm quite an aggressive player, and I prefer to have engage rather than a reaction kind of team, which is what I'd expect to be seeing from the Bovine team.
Yeah. We did see them play incredibly aggressively in the last one, which definitely paid dividends for them, pushing on, getting a lot of those team fights, and really taking the game from that.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think they've kind of taken a step back from that, which I wasn't expecting to see. I was trying to gain some insider knowledge into strategies for this game, but they were all staying very tight-lipped.
That's the first strategy as well to play, is don't reveal the strategy. They're either tight-lipped or maybe they don't know what they're doing either. But let's assume it's the tight-lipped factor here.
Well, to be fair, if it's Michael or Regiment doing the shot calling, I'd probably go for the fact they don't know what they're doing yet.
Okay, alright. Well, hopefully they do. We do have at least another 2 games to come from this. If not more, don't forget you will be able to see the winner of this match live at Digital Jersey next weekend. You have it to eSports.je for more information on tickets to see that. It is free entry, so head down there and lend your support. They will be facing Marzi and Toxic in the final. So we've got another minute or so on the delay, and we'll be able to follow them and see out exactly how this one plays out.
I see, notably I kind of let it slip. The Misfits actually let Regiment have his Syndra pick again from last game. I did hear a bit of an interaction between mid laners last game. Tears saying that he was feeling very confident that he was going to continue winning his lane.
Okay.
Don't think Regiment took too kindly to it, so we could see a bit of a bloodbath. Hopefully this time he's a bit more intelligent picking his fights, and he doesn't engage on Tears with no mana, which is kind of what led to the first blood in the last game, but only time will tell.
Okay, so we're about 10 seconds away, so we're just going to switch over to our league cam, and we hope this goes well for one of the teams, and we'll see who comes out the victor. Oh, and of course the important skin game.
Yes, it's one apiece, I believe.
Yeah, we saw some heavy ones with Firecracker Jinx, for example, in the last one. What are we going to expect from this one? Oh wow.
3 and 3 and 5. Bovine again taking the TSM advantage.
Skins for the wins. Alright, so let's see what they go for in the early strats. Do you think anyone's going to go for an early gank here? Or do you think we'll just see another very conservative gameplay from both sides in the early openings?
I think if we see an early gank coming out, it's likely to be from the Sejuani. Amumu tends to like to get his 6 first, so you can dive in, ult them, and just root them in place so you can get his bandage.
Yeah.
Which in 99% of cases at this kind of level will result in a kill.
Okay.
That being said, he is more than capable of ganking early game. Sejuani, as we saw last game, not actually the most aggressive of junglers in Bovine Omnibus's arsenal.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to go for a standard setup here at the start, so I don't see too much action. Obviously waiting for minions to spawn, and we'll probably see a lot more action on the board. Well, it looks like they're pushing back a bit. Are we going to get an engage in mid? Looking for the farm early on. 3 of them. Who's going to get the last hit, do we wonder? Obviously the only person with the cash from the farm is the person who gets the last hit. Are we seeing another battle at the top between Wookiee and Rocket, both playing top lane again? I wonder who comes out the better. I'd say Ginger Wookiee has come out the better on the first 2 matches from the top lane.
Yeah, he's done extremely well. In the first game it was a lot closer than the second. But a brilliant bit of poke coming out there from Zinkington and MLP Rob, actually, taking Ezreal to half health already. But yeah, Ginger Wookiee has been having a good day today. In the first game, kind of let down a bit by his teammates.
Yeah.
But he's just got to keep working at it, making sure that he doesn't get too sure of himself and throw the game. Again, good poke from the Misfits bottom lane.
We definitely seem to be seeing a much more aggressive game from Misfits here, really pushing towards.
Yeah, we're seeing Ash, who early game is a bit of a lane bully. She likes to get farm and just poke both ADC and support with their W, which, although it doesn't do a huge amount of damage, every time she hits it, it adds on more and more and more. And before you notice it, you're at half health and you're having a real troublesome time.
Yeah.
Actually, great bit of damage from Ginger Wookiee onto Rocket there.
Yeah, really pushing back, but obviously with the defense of the turret, should be able to survive that onslaught there. But obviously, might need to return. Obviously, in the early game, turret's doing a lot more damage as you don't build up.
I think Malphite's probably just going to start playing it a little bit safe now, farm under turret, start chugging his potions, and then hopefully look for a trade engage under the turret with Wookiee. You saw Mumi there running up, was trying to decide whether or not he wanted to go for a gank onto Wookiee.
It does seem like in every game so far they have taken their preferred roles. We're seeing 2 bottom, 1 mid, but it looks like we might see some action here with Regiment. Pushing back here, survives.
Can I just say that was absolutely fantastically well played from...
we've got a gank coming in here quickly. Regiment able to survive.
Yeah, that was really well played from Echo there. Actually dashing through the Syndra stun so he didn't get hit by it. And obviously with the Amumu managed to burn Regiment's flash already.
Wanting him back down to bottom lane there. So I guess it's fairly cautious from both teams in the opening of this 3rd match here. And I think, do you think it will be more of a mistake that will catch someone else, or are we going to see some heavy gank plays again by Misfits?
I don't think for the first part of the match that ganking is going to be such a key part as it has been in the previous 2 games. I think it's going to be more down to the lane pressure created. Obviously, you can see the bottom lane going in favour of Misfits quite heavily, pushing it into turret and getting good poke all the time. But obviously, in the top lane, Wookiee's getting a brilliant advantage over Malphite. And again, really well played from Rob there. Managed to out-trade an ADC on his own and land the bubble on the Braum.
Yeah, just still early openings, I guess. 5 minutes in now. Ginger Wookiee again looking very good against Rocket in that top lane.
You can start to see already that there's a bit of a gold lead developing in top lane, mid lane, and even slightly in bottom lane in favour of Bovine, despite the fact that the health bar in bottom lane doesn't look quite so favourable. We've got a good solid comp from Braum and Ezreal there. The good thing, of course, with Braum is that when he lands an auto attack or a Q, he procs his passive onto somebody, which slows them, and once they get 4 stacks of the passive, they get stunned. Ezreal, Braum can Q auto, Ezreal can auto and then E, which will then proc that Braum passive and stun them for a good amount of time and do a good amount of damage at the same time. So they can turn fights very quickly, especially if the ADC recalls and the support kind of stays behind a little bit.
Yeah. Just got to make sure they use that to their advantage and don't get their hand forced.
Yeah, no, it's the ball is very much in their court from that perspective.
ML Prop and Von Zinkington really pushing forward now, which isn't something we've seen in the earlier games. It was normally Bovine pushing heavily on the bottom lane at the start, but obviously it looks like they're returning now.
Yeah.
So we might see a bit of a push from Bovine, but obviously the minions heavily around bottom turret now.
I would say the aggressive pushing in the first 2 games was attributable largely to the Zyra support pick, because as I said, while she's trying to poke, she also does do a lot of minion damage. You'll notice that now that she's gone, they're less aggressive in lane, but the ADC's CS is also higher because he's not having to fight against his minions and the plants at the same time.
Von Zinkington and ML Prop getting back in, but obviously facing some stiff opposition there.
So we might
Still
see
no
a bit
down.
of excitement from Amumi.
Ensis isn't in the best position if both of them can take advantage. Unfortunately, looks like they're again playing a very conservative game.
Malphite being very overly aggressive when he doesn't really have the stats and damage to back that up. He kind of just wants to stay where he is and stop getting knocked up all the time.
Rookie obviously very aware of the turret in that position, but
Yeah.
very much penned back in. So Rocket can't get out of that position and push forward anywhere. Obviously having to wait for minions to roll on in again.
Yeah. Your knock up on Cho is actually a key part of your poke, because it allows you to get in and also silence somebody with your Feral Scream, which does an awful lot of damage at very low level. And as you can see, just from taking a couple of knockups, Rocket's already in a world of trouble.
Yeah.
And a good stun from Regimon there with an attempted trade back from Echo. Not that favourable, but he did get some good damage.
I suppose all we need is a rotate from Von Zinkington on ML Prop, and then boom, we'll see some fairly heavy damage on Rocket, giving Ginger Wookiee that push through.
Yeah, if they can certainly find the time to rotate round to another lane, then it would definitely turn the tide of mid lane in the favour. of no tiers. With an Ezreal, it's quite difficult because he's got a lot of mobility with the Z. If you do run off, he can clear up the minions and chase after you.
I mean, there is quite a goal difference opening up now for Bovine here.
Yeah, we can see in top lane there's a almost 50 CS differential, which has led to 1,000 gold. And in mid lane there's a 400 gold. It's little differences that are making a big impact on the game already.
Yeah. Rocket going in there.
An aggressive
getting underneath the turret. This looks like we're going to get our first blood here on Ginger Wookie. And all it took was one rotate in. Is he going to be able to get out there? There's 3 of them there. Really getting him down. First blood goes to the Misfits there. And Ginger Wookie falling out on the wayside. That was
really well worked. A slight misplay from Amumu. I'd have preferred it if he'd have walked in and ulted first. Because the Q can be difficult to hit sometimes, but that was a fantastic rotation from Echo to get up there and get that first kill. As you can see there, you saw the ultimate that I was talking about in the lead up that does really good damage and also restores some damage that he took in the previous couple of seconds. That's a really good
he's going to get pulled in here, but he's under the turret, so he should be able to get away.
Unfortunately, Echo didn't have the mana to be able to back that one up.
And it looks like we might get a gank in here from Bovine. Sneaking in here against Von Zinken and Elprob, but they seem to see it coming, getting back in time, Elprob escaping. And they should recover from that behind the turret again, pushing them back.
I would have liked to have seen an ultimate from Sejuani there onto MLP Rob. It would have only meant the sport death, but it would have been a bit of extra gold in their pockets. And that's really well played from Echo again.
Regimon playing
and
it risky, goes down.
down.
So that's 2 kills now to Misfits, evening up the gold. But I guess it's a case of what can Bovine do now to keep a stranglehold in, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, they need to do what they did in the last game. There seems to be a reoccurring theme that No Tears is getting very fed and he's playing very well. In the first game, Regimon wasn't able to come back and look after himself and keep him under wraps.
Yeah.
In the second game, Regiment did a really good job of keeping No Tears under wraps and making sure that he couldn't just go roam free.
Oh, looks like we've got Ginger Wookie taking out Rocket here.
Ginger Wookie should get him.
Oh, he just escapes. Unbelievable.
That was extremely lucky / well played from Rocket.
Yeah, well, are we going to see the turret going down?
Yeah, that should be a nice, easy turret. Of course, the main concern for Ginger Wookie now, having pushed so early, is that opens up the field for ganks on Amumu. Having that bandage, just being able to come from over the wall out of nowhere, is going to make it quite difficult for him.
Yeah. Didn't get the kill though, so no extra gold. So fair play to Rocket there for surviving.
Yeah, I mean, he saved some gold on that death. However, that being the first turret to go down, it was worth an extra 400 gold to Ginger Wookie, which does make a big difference. That being said, it was definitely the right option to escape with his life. He wouldn't have saved the turret.
Yeah. Obviously, mid looking a bit sparse there.
Yeah.
Oh, but not for long.
That is a fantastic.
Straight in, Regiment down again. And that's another kill for Misfits, 3-0.
Regiment having a whopper of a time today.
Wow.
He's not playing well.
Obviously still hasn't set the alarm clock. Didn't get enough food in. Maybe hungry, maybe tired, maybe a bit of both.
Definitely a bit of both, I think. He did show me his lunch. He bought himself 2 big bars of Cadbury's Dairy Milk. Not sure
fair play, but we're here seeing a gank from Misfits again. Are they able to get out of there in time? Obviously taking damage from the turret.
That was
nothing there.
A good strong trade. Actually back from Bovine there in a potentially losing situation. Obviously Amumu didn't have his ultimate there. which would almost definitely have led to a double play.
Yeah. Taking out some vision again there. ML Prob being penned back here a bit. We're not seeing anything strategically wise from Bovine here, I don't believe.
No,
They're just reacting as opposed to
they're going back
acting.
to the problem that they had in the first game. They're not being proactive and expecting the ganks and looking to counter them or set up too many of their own. Today's real two key players for Misfits have definitely been Enzis and No Tears. They've really given a good showing today, and they've worked well together.
Yeah. But I think the real question is who are we going to see the buffs going to? Because that's obviously the people picking up those so far earlier on in the game seems to have done well and flourished later in the game as well.
Yeah, the first dragon up is actually a mountain drake, I want to say. He's pretty handy to have. He does give good buffs, not like the cloud drake that we saw in the last game. He actually does give you some combat stats. But we're seeing a gank coming in from a Mumu here. Ginger Wookiee's looking to teleport away, but he's got the knockup from the Malphite ult, so that's going to cancel that.
But he might get caught out here with a 2-on-1. And we're also seeing it again in the other side of the map with Von Zinkington going down.
Going to die, and I think No Tears should be able to finish off Regiment quite easily there.
So a few trades there. Ginger Wookie still hanging in there, but we're seeing a battle all over the place here.
Nomi actually taking that kill with her ultimate.
ML Prob, is he going to go down as well?
I think No Tears has a good stun.
I think he's got away with it. So again, another exchange there. Bovine obviously always looking very strong in the team exchanges they're having. How can they force more of those to their favour?
They kind of want to group up, but at the same time, they don't want to group up too tightly. That's kind of the beauty of the Misfits team comp.
Yeah.
They obviously recognise that Bovine have been very strong in the past in team fights, and what with the four AoE crowd controls. If Bovine do group up, as long as everything hits, then there's not really any way that they can win. What Bovine need to kind of do is bait and engage from Misfits and wait for them to use their ults and then counter engage.
Yeah.
It's going to be difficult to do, but I'm sure they have confidence.
Ginger Wookie take a tower in mid here, but I don't know if he's going to get taken out.
Oh,
wow. Yeah. Well played by Ginger Wookie. And Regiment. Is Regiment going to go down again?
Yeah,
he definitely
picks it up, and actually,
which isn't great.
A bit of help coming in from Prob,
So
Zink,
Ginger
and
Wookie,
Rocket, that could be Wookie
and
down
Ginger
as well.
Wookie goes down as well, leaving them with 3.
And Bovine trying to sneak the dragon out from underneath them. They've been spotted out by that eagle, but it's too late. So it's 2 deaths for a dragon. As I said, it is a good dragon. Bovine, not sure you want to go that way, mate.
Just having a quick explore, why not? Check for vision maybe.
Yeah, just having a bit of a spy. See what you could see with his little
why
eye.
play sports when you can go yourself?
Yep, definitely.
And it looks like we're going to get a turret down here.
So that's a good mid-lane turret down.
So that's their first turret as well, I believe.
Yes, it is. Yep.
Yeah. So money-wise, they're looking somewhat similar.
Yeah.
But you'd definitely say that the Misfits are having a better play here.
Yeah, from what I've seen so far already, Echo's been a lot more proactive than Syndra, and again, Enzis has been by far the more aggressive and influential jungler.
We have quite the crowd gathering now for region, so don't forget, if you are in Jersey, you can get down here for at the end of this match or the start of the next one. So we are live here at 4 Region at the Jersey Tech Fair for this, which is the second semi-final for League of Legends Winter 2016 tournament powered by Shaw. We've got Misfits really pushing up the turret on bottom lane now. Von Zinkington playing it risky maybe.
So the Rift Herald's now up. wonder if Bovine will try to look for that again, like in the last game. But despite the fact they're pushed up, with the presence of the Amumu, I'm not sure it's going to be too wise. That was well dodged from Steve Train and Colour Waters on the Ash Hole. That turret
that turret's gone, yeah. And that should help them push forward even further. But it looks like they're going to retreat, play it safe, and come fight again another day.
Yeah, definitely. I would have liked to have seen Zinkinson hold on to his ultimate a little bit longer there, waiting for the turret to go down first.
Are they going for Dragon here, or are they going to go for Baron, do you think? Or are they just pushing up to top lane to try and gank?
The Dragon's still down from the Bovine taking it before, but they can definitely look for a strong rotation to mid, put a little bit of pressure onto that turret perhaps. I'd say probably a bit too early to go for Baron just yet. I think they look like they're a bit in agreement with me. Obviously Brahm with his sweeper rod there just checking out, making sure that they haven't got any vision they don't want to have.
Are we going to see a team fight here? They both seem to be teasing it, but don't really want to go in. It looks like Bovine really should go in for this because it's been their strength so far.
Yeah.
But it seems a little forced if they were to go in, especially behind the turret.
We can see a brilliant engage. There you go. That's the Amumu ult. That's
here we go.
A lot of work.
Who's going to drop first? So Bovine again looking very strong. No Tears Only Dreams looking a little vulnerable in that position, but no one seems to be falling here, and they seem to be rocking away from each other.
What was actually really good about that engage there is Amumu and Malphite stuck to Regiment, and they wouldn't allow him to do any damage. He had to keep running.
2 down from Bovine, not looking good. They haven't won this team fight. Heading back to the turret for protection, and it looks like that's going to be another one to the Misfits.
You can see now Ash is going to start doing some real damage to the turret. I'd want to be stacking my cube on the minions there rather than just doing one shot at a time, but to each their own, I guess.
Okay, are we going to see more of a spread out on the map again, or do you think they'll stick together as a team here and try and push as a single unit?
I think it's going to be difficult. Bovine are going to want to split up again because they were kind of holding their own a little bit more, but Misfits are going to really push their advantage at the moment with that team comp obviously really working well in the team fights, what with all the stacking ultimates. They're just going to have to find a way to split up that they can either split push and distract from the team fights, or just find a way to win somehow. It's going to be extremely difficult for them.
Yeah, I guess they've got to maybe rely on Dragons and Barons, and they try and get anything they can to try and gain any sort of foothold in this game.
I think they just need to kind of take their time with this game. I don't think it's something that they can just go out hammer and tongs and just plough their way through.
Yeah. Showing a little bit of the vision there for the Misfits. Got another 30 seconds before they can get anything around there, so are they just looking to ward up, make sure they know what's going on, make sure Bovine don't go for anything, and just try and remedy
Misfits
and make sure
are just going to want to make sure that they know what's going on around the Dragon area, that they're not going to sneak anything that they don't want them to sneak. The next Dragon is, I believe, Ocean, maybe, which is obviously good from a health and mana regen perspective.
Are they going to go straight for this, do you think?
I think they're probably going to try and bait it out a little bit.
Yeah.
Hope that they can get somebody to just think they're doing it and then get a good engage like that.
As they are doing now. Ginger Wookie first wants to make connection there.
Thankfully,
backing off.
Cho'Gath being the more braver of the men.
Is this a confidence thing we're seeing now from Bovine? Oh, it looks like we got Regiment down again.
Misfits, they know they've got the upper hand now, and they're happy to wait for Bovine to make mistakes, which
they seem to be doing.
Yeah, they're
confidence lost, a little bit shattered maybe.
Yeah. It's like they're back to how they were in the first game compared to their second game. It's like there's a completely different team on the field.
Yeah, and obviously now it looks like they're going for the dragon to get that additional buff and then hopefully push forward.
Yeah.
Again, interesting, it was still 2 turrets apiece, but it looks like Bovine are trying to take this back. Maybe they get the steal on it. They're really pushing it down. Taking
Syndrome.
1 kill there, 1 apiece, double kill. Can they do this? Will this be the return? It's not going down easily. Unbelievable.
Now,
They've done it, and they should be able to get Dragon here.
the Sejuani quadra.
Wow, ace. Phenomenal. Everyone on the team down. That did not go well for Misfits. Could we be seeing a turnaround of the game here?
Yeah, that's actually exactly what they need to be able to let happen. They saw Regimon get caught out there, and Misfits blew disproportionate amount of ultimates for that. And as we've been seeing, the whole reason why Misfits have been winning team fights is because of that ultimate combination. Once Misfits had no ultimates left, it's very much Bovine's fight to lose. They've got a lot more sustained damage and burst, and I don't think I've ever seen a Sejuani quadra. It's really put me off my game, to be fair.
I mean, are we expecting a strong late game for the Bovine here?
Yeah, I can see with the Syndra, she's going to be extremely strong. Ezreal can be very strong. Braum becomes just a brick wall of him.
Rocket really getting run down here, but again behind the turret. Should give him off some protection, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. Looks like Escape's Emerald Prop coming in to clean up, and looks like Ginger Wookie might go down, overextending there.
Oh, Nami, is she going to get it?
Oh, doesn't quite get there.
Yeah.
And Wookie is down, so well played to the Misfits there. Emerald Prop coming to save the day.
Keeping his cool and not stealing that kill away from the Malphite. That's going to help a lot.
Does look like another blue turret going down. Slowly unfolding, and I wonder now, are we seeing a much stronger game from Bovine swinging back towards them?
Yeah, I think that that quadra has really helped their confidence, and it's made a massive difference to the way that they're feeling and the way that they're playing.
It's almost a tale of the first 2 games, really.
Yeah,
where you see Misfits dominating early days, and then obviously a straight comeback from Bovine, and we're seeing that exact story now.
I mean, the thing to note is Bovine are doing a lot better job now focusing that Echo down, who's obviously got the majority of the gold. But that being said, Ash is now coming into her own. She's got her Infinity Edge and her Runan's Hurricane. She's going to start dealing really good damage in team fights. If the Bovine team group up, get caught by the ultimates and get caught by the Q with Runan's, she'll shred through 3 members of the team quite happily.
In all fairness though, both teams very evenly matched here.
Yeah.
I certainly wouldn't like to call the next couple of games, or the next game.
No, you can see that they're actually really up for this, and they're really giving it their all. There's no team that's given up.
Yeah, it is unfortunate we have to have a loser today.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the name of the game, unfortunately, but
Ginger Wookie just scaring them off there at the top.
If you notice, Bovine have run straight down mid as soon as they saw there was a large presence in top lane, pushing that back, trying to force them to come back, and they're probably going to hope to see Wookie get a flank on them. That was a very close ultimate onto Regimon there. That's a good Q and a good ultimate from a
Here we go, huge team battle here.
From the Malphite.
Regimon down again.
Going to get cleaned up.
Emerald Prop taking heavy damage here.
Again, you saw
Emerald Prop down by Ginger Wookie there. Looks like Enzis is going to go as well.
Yeah.
Another phenomenal play by Bovine. It's not over yet though. Ginger Wookie forcing them back towards their turret on mid, but unfortunately it's just not there from there. So they're taking it down early. A double kill. And can Rocket survive? Obviously no Tears, Only Dreams, still summer on map. but not quite where he needs to be for that team fight there.
I think the only query I have about the way that was fought is Misfits know that the key to success is their ultimates, but they seem to be blowing them all onto Regiment.
Oh, and here we go, looking for Baron now. This really will weigh it very heavily towards Bovine if they can take this.
Yeah,
and it looks like they're going to be unopposed.
I mean,
in this situation, I don't think there's much that Misfits can do.
No, I mean, as I said, they just need to stop blowing their load onto Regiment. It's pretty much the only way they're going to win. They need to take him out first, obviously, but they also need to make sure that they've got some engaged left for the Ezreal, who does put out really, really good damage.
Yeah, so that Baron buff lasting for a while now really give them a big advantage over what they already had. Let's see what Misfits can do from this situation. Obviously there's quite a large discrepancy now in the gold as well.
Yeah, Bovine actually starting to build a really nice, comfortable lead. I am surprised to see Regiment getting caught out so frequently here.
Yeah, definitely feeding the teams. I mean, in terms of deaths, it's not going well for him.
I think he needs to, in the intermission between the next game, I think he needs to take a look at himself and just stop getting carried, basically, you know.
Well, I mean, you could argue that he's the bait, and it's worked out well for them. Because every time he has gone in, they've dropped everything they had on him, and it's worked out considerably well for them whilst doing that.
Yeah, I think that's probably more by coincidence than by design. But if it works, you know, one of my dad's favourite old sayings is, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, I guess.
Oh, it looks like they're going for a steal on the dragon there. But it's theirs. Is there much that Misfits can do from this situation now?
You can start to see a gulf opening up in the gold. If they can spread their ultimates evenly and their damage evenly, and can protect their ADC long enough, then they could win.
Yeah.
But from what I've seen, there's been an awful lot of tunnel vision going on, which does make it difficult to win in a team fight, especially when you've got so many different members of the team that do good damage.
Yeah. Well, they're pushing down mid here. Rocket obviously running for his life. I don't know what they can do. Obviously try and get, again, protection behind from the turret, but really heavily pushing on now. Doing what they can. They're very smartly just staying out of range of that turret, so they're not going to get pulled in from that. Just doing chip damage on Rocket there.
They're just letting the minions do their job. They've got the Baron buff. Ginger Wookiee's just pushing in top to keep the Echo occupied,
Yeah,
so he can't dive in.
As well.
Yeah, it's going pretty smoothly at the moment. Bovine obviously not wanting any of what Amumu's selling, running away rather quickly. I think
still isn't quite able to take the turret, but they're going to see a huge team out of Regiment going down again.
Regiment, just, I don't know.
Feeding
obviously
like
not
crazy,
happy with life today.
Bovine Omnibus down as well. Can Ginger Wookiee do anything for the situation? Rocket.
Ginger Wookieee getting a nom, I believe.
Wow. Doing incredibly well, staying alive. Is he going to take M on prop as well?
You get a good ultimate from Ezreal there. Echo's diving in, but he just doesn't have the damage to kill the Ezreal. Ults back to safety.
Tears Only Dreams falling as well. Is this going to be the final push, do you think?
Yeah,
Ducking the turret, going straight for the Nexus, maybe? No. Heading back, taking out the inhib now. This won't take long. Obviously, only Enz is still alive. I don't know what Enz can do in this situation other than run in and potentially meet his fate.
Yeah, I mean, they needed to take down that inhib so they could attack the turret.
Yeah.
They dealt with it nice and quickly, but there's not really anything anyone can do at this point. Ashe, as strong as she is, she won't be able to kill these three on her own.
And this looks like this is going to be game number 3
Yep.
to the Bovine Omnibus. Okay guys, we're going to take a quick 5-minute break, then we'll be straight back into Game 4 between Misfits and the Bovine Omnibus in the eSports.je Winter 2016 semi-final for League of Legends at the Tech Fair on the 4 region in Jersey. So if you are in Jersey at the moment, head down, check out the next game, and hopefully we'll see you there. Just waiting for Zink to return to the seat and we'll kick off with the next match.
Zink just plodding his way back to his chair, you know. Think of the apparently live music for keeping us all entertained.
It is phenomenal. Yeah, there's a lot going on here. Stalls from all sorts of different tech companies in Jersey. Signtech we've got just opposite us, Digital Jersey. Obviously we're good friends with them. We've got the competition with them next week. The police are here, not for trouble, but just because they have some cool webcam and lights on a pole. Yeah, I think that's what it is.
They keep blinding me with.
Yeah, it's novel. Barclays here with some cool 3D printing stuff. There's I think it's called a Miller, and they produce I think it's 3D printed teeth. They take a scan of teeth and then print them. It's interesting stuff. Specsavers, I'm not sure what they're doing here. I guess maybe something to do with you know, where you can get the, what's it called, where you burn your eyeball and it makes your vision good.
Oh, the laser correction.
That's the one. Laser correction surgery. KPMG here as well. I'm trying to think of what else we've got. I don't want to miss anyone else, obviously.
I know they've got a
British Computer
PlayStation
Society.
VR thing.
Yeah, JT are rocking PlayStation VR.
And there's also a swimming pool, which I'm not really sure why.
I believe that's for a what's it called? Like a water drone.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah, so showing that off. Yeah, loads going on. So get down here. Finishes at 4, so if you can get here before, come down, show your support.
If you're in Jersey, you can make it here before 4.
Yeah, if you're in Guernsey,
You
GG.
probably still can. To be fair, it's not that far away.
Well, yeah, it depends how strong a swimmer you are. Yeah. Cool. It looks like everyone's returned from their toilet breaks and the lark. So we're going to kick off into the next game. See?
Alright guys, game on.
Oh, here we go, guys. So it looks like we're going to go in for another round of fan picks. Right, so looks like we've got said blue team killing Zach and Lux, and we've got the Misfits, Maokai and Yurik.
So we've got Maokai, Yorick and Nautilus bands coming out from Misfits here. Nautilus, I know Bovine Omnibus, the player, does like playing that. Maokai, obviously a good pick for Ginger Wicket. And Yorick also a Bovine Omnibus, the player pick. And we've got Zach Lux and Mumu coming out from the Bovine Omnibus. We obviously learnt in the first game why Zach and Lux are banned, and in the last game Mumu was causing some big troubles there with some really strong ultimates and Qs. We've got the Sejuani picked up again. Not sure we can expect to see another Quadra from her, but I'm sure they'll be giving it a good go. We've also got a Malphite and a Hecarim pick from Misfits. Obviously they were happy with the Malphite engage from the previous game. Hecarim also giving good engage, but also bringing a fear to the table with his ultimate, and also being very tanky and doing good damage. Zyra back up this game and immediately snapped up by Steve Train. And Cho'Gath being picked up again. We've got a Misfortune and Cassiopeia picked up by Misfits. Misfortune very, very good in team fight. If she's left uninterrupted and she can ult, she can really shred through a team. And Cassio with her ult can make sure that Misfortune is given the time with her ultimate. It's extremely strong.
Are we expecting any big plays from any characters here, do you think?
I think the Cassio is going to be looking to prove that actually she is the better mid lane of the day. So I'm expecting to see some really strong 1 versus 1 plays from her, some good roams, and a Trundle picked up. That's not really what I was expecting. I'm a bit taken back by that one. I wouldn't necessarily have picked a Trundle into a Zyra myself. The Bovine Omnibus have stuck with the Ezreal take. Obviously very happy with the damage that he was putting out in the previous game.
Cool. So, yeah.
We're now into the 3-minute wait timer.
Yep. So obviously we do this so that you guys can't see or hear what's going on. Obviously we're very close quarters and we do have live spectators here. For the final next week at the Digital Jersey Hub, we will have them in isolated rooms. So they won't be able to get in this time, so we will be able to bring the game to you live. Don't forget you can get tickets for those games at eSports.je. We have it for League of Legends, Rocket League, Hearthstone, Street Fighter, and of course Counter-Strike Global Offensive. You can also pick up prizes just by turning up, really. We have some giveaways for for spectators coming down to watch. And that is the 18th, 19th and 20th of November next week. So again, hit up eSports.je for more information and tickets on that. Obviously the winner here, so either Bovine Omnibus or the Misfits, will get through to the final, and they are competing for a £300 cash prize, runner-up taking 100. Also some pretty swag t-shirts, and obviously Pride. Oh, and we have a trophy, League of Legends trophy.
You do have a trophy.
Yeah, so hopefully you'll come down and show your support then. If not, make it up to the fort today. We have this, well, this is obviously the semi-final, the second semi-final. First one won by Mars's Toxic team there. So they will be competing against them, whoever wins today, against those guys next Saturday.
Absolutely, and once again a massive thank you to Shaw. They've been fantastic supporting us today.
Yeah, well, I mean, the backbone of what we do runs off Shaw's broadband services, which is phenomenal. I mean, unlimited broadband, why wouldn't you?
Absolutely.
And any gamer knows that you need to use a physical connection as opposed to Wi-Fi because no one likes latency. So let's have a quick look, see what the chaps are up to. Obviously they're in game, we can't get in there yet, but it looks like someone's face planting already. Not sure if that's a good thing for Bovine, but we'll see shortly.
That was Sejuani with his head in his hands there, and a grin or grimace, I'm not sure which, from Regimond in the back there.
Yeah, the one thing we haven't seen today is many team dabs. I'm a little bit upset that we're not seeing too much dabbing from either team. Prob, not a known dabber, but hopefully we can see more of that in the CSGO final, because let's face it, CSGO is more of a dabbing squad. Not a dab squad, a dabbing squad.
I don't know what a dab is.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Well, that's one for us to find out later. Hopefully someone at the back there watching can come and dab quickly on camera for us. I'm not sure if they're able to do that in time. Because we do have only 15 seconds left until we go back into the action. Alright guys, let's head back over to the game screen as we're about to kick off. Misfits versus Bovine Omnibus, fourth game of the 5, with the Bovine Omnibus winning 2-1. Oh, and of course the all-important question, where are the skins?
We've had, I believe, 100% success rate on the skin predictor today.
Yep. Everyone knows skins is the obviously contributing factor. Has absolutely no change in game whatsoever other than how you look. But let's face it, how you look is the most important thing ever.
We've got a full skin showing from Bovine again, and only 3 again from Misfits. There's a bit of a lack of commitment there, I think, is the...
Well, if they are spectators of the final, they can head down with a chance to win riot points to up their skin game for, obviously, summer 2017.
Absolutely.
So
I think we all need to do that.
We're looking to get more teams involved with that. But here we are. The game is started, and we spend the next minute or two as the teams take up positions. We can see maybe what they're planning for, where they're looking to play, and wait for some minions to spawn. And maybe wait for some farming to occur to up the gold so they can buy some decent items and go out and wreck.
As far as the bottom lane matchup is concerned, Misfortune versus Ezreal, I'm going to be expecting Misfortune to really strut her stuff. She should really have the better of the poke here. she can just hide behind minions so that she can't take aerial Qs, but she can Q him herself. Regiment picking up the Z. Now, Regiment has a bit of a love-hate relationship with Zed. It either works brilliantly or he feeds like nobody's business. Given his current day, I'm not sure I'd recommend that he were to take him, but obviously he was feeling confident.
Yeah, I think if Bovine are to have a strong showing from Regiment, that would obviously skew the game very heavily towards Bovine's favour.
Yeah.
He didn't have his best day, as you said, so hopefully he can step it up.
I do think if Regiment decides to show up this game, the game will be pretty much over before it begins.
So we got a usual start again. Looks like they're adopting their positions now. Obviously, minions spawning. We aren't seeing too much from Misfits down on the bottom lane, but I think they'll probably rotate in now to match the minions there.
I think we're going to see a bit of aggression coming out early from Regiment with his Qs. Going to try and take advantage of that poke potential onto Cassio.
Do you think we'll see much of Bovine teaming up towards the beginning of the match, or do you think they'll save that and play it somewhat further in?
For the beginning of the match, they're just going to kind of want to work their way through. Hopefully let Regiment get some one-on-one kills and perhaps roam. Obviously, Zed being one of the stronger assassins, just being able to dive in, do some good damage and walk off and wait for his ultimate to finish them off for him.
Being penned back here, Emil Prob and Von Zingington pushed fairly far around on the bottom lane there, but obviously with the defense of the turret, should be safe.
Again, it's the might of the Zyra in the early game. She is such a nuisance to lane against and with. That's a really good trade.
Heavy play by Ginger Wookie. Is he going to get an early kill here? Looks like Rocket might be able to get away there.
That's some good plant damage onto Trundle there, showing why I wouldn't have picked Trundle into a Zyra, being as he's melee, obviously, and early game not that tanky. That being said, he does have his W, which does speed up his teammates. So they could be looking for some good engages with that. And ends just getting a good gank into top lane there, burning Ginger Wookie's flash and getting the kill.
Wow, phenomenal play there. Ginger Wookie down, obviously ending the strong early game that he's always been having in the top lane for the last few matches.
Yeah, Rocket obviously has had enough of him and has said, right, Enzis, you need to focus a little bit more on me rather than known tears.
I mean, the real question here is, can Misfits pull this one off and take it to the 5th game with a chance to get to the final?
I have faith.
They really need to play their A game here just to take it at least that far.
Yeah, they absolutely need to just go back to how they were playing in the first game. I don't think that their current team setup actually lends itself to them playing as well as they did. But perhaps Trundle is a comfort pick for Emily Rob. I'm not 100% sure.
Do you believe they fell somewhat into their comfort zone and haven't changed it up as much, believing they could recapture from the first game? Or
yeah, I think they kind of stumped the first game so hard that they rested on their laurels and kind of forgot to change down a gear to be able to accelerate a bit more like Bovine.
Yeah.
It's been a bit of an odd situation. It's been like two completely different teams. The first game they were so impressive, and then bits and pieces here and there have been really good from them, but it's been a bit itty bitty.
Yeah. So very tepid at the start here. Obviously the first kill on Ginger Wookie there. Rocket obviously trying to look to see what he can do, but not a lot right now. We're still very early game.
I do wonder if Rocket's playing Malphite for the fact that he is a rock, but we'll have to find out after the game.
yeah, obviously the team's not willing to divulge too much information prior to this. And we should have a few team interviews for you next week at the Digital Jersey Hub for the finals. So stay tuned for those. Well, maybe tune in next week rather. Good luck.
Yes.
Good luck staying tuned for a whole week. So, but we do have Street Fight kicking off on a Friday, so you can at least tune in that early.
If you do stay tuned for the entire week, I will find you and I will buy you a beer.
Well, there you go. You can't say fairer than that. Unfortunately, we will be stopping the live streaming, so you probably wouldn't be able to redeem that. But it looks like he's
Regiment being very aggressive onto the Casio. He knew he was going to die there.
Oh, Regiment down again.
Trying to get the kill back, but Casio doing a very good job to survive there.
Yeah.
And well ganked from Enzis. I think sadly for Regiment, we're going to start to see the continuation of his last game.
I hope not, for Regiment's sake.
Yeah, I did say in the first game that he is known to tilt. I'm just wondering if he started on the slippery slope.
Yeah.
Starts on the slippery slope. Say that 5 times fast.
Not while we're at the tech fair. So 2 kills there to the Misfits, showing once again that they do seem to dominate early game, and it's a case of are they able to hold it further.
You can see Malphite and Hecarim on the left side of the map, grouping up, wondering if they're going to try and sneak in behind Ginger Wookie if he pushes out a little bit further. Looks like they're just going to return. Perhaps Hecarim's going to look for another gank onto Regiment.
I mean, from the health side of things, Bovine are looking a lot better than ML Prob and Von Zingington, but let's face it, that means nothing at this stage.
Yeah, I mean, at this stage, a good engage from either side will make a real difference. It really will. It will dictate who wins that fight, just regardless of the starting health. And that's a really, really good engage from Hecarim and
Ginger Wookie down
Malphite.
again. He goes. Bovine almost coming in, but is it too late? And is he going to get ganked himself? No, he's getting out of there. Well played to Enzis and Rocket. Really showing that Misfits are not taking this lying down, and it looks like they're going to go for a fight and try and force it to the 5th game.
No, I think they've recognised that Ginger Wookie was a strong point in the last game.
Yeah.
I think they trust No Fears now to be able to deal with Regiment on his own. So they're just trying to keep Rocket in the game ahead of Wookie.
Well, it's definitely paying dividends so far in this game.
Starting to work out quite nicely in their favour. And Rocket and Enzis buying the same item that I've never seen in my life. It is apparently Control Ward. Never heard of it. Obviously,
Heard it here first, guys. Martin's never heard of Control Ward.
Maybe that's why I wasn't a very good support.
No comment. Do you believe that Misfits should be targeting Regiment slightly more? Because obviously with the feed coming on here...
I think they've probably done enough to him now. I think they've put him on tilt. But I wouldn't be averse to seeing a couple more ganks onto him just to make sure that he doesn't start to get rolling. Especially now that he's got that Hex Drinker. That's going to help him a lot in lane against Casio. Obviously providing...
nearly dying there from farm.
That
was risky. I'm not sure quite what's going on there.
I don't think I've ever seen a jungler flash from a red buff before.
Wow.
Yeah. I think his teammates may have words with him after that one.
Yeah, well, we know they've got at least one more game in the bag, so if they were to throw this one, as long as they don't do it in the next one, they should be okay.
Yeah.
But it's certainly not looking great for them right now.
You see Hecarim running in there, and actually that's really well played from Hecarim. He saw the ultimate come on and he ran away from the turret.
Regiment going down again.
That's
4-0 now in the kills.
That was actually pretty perfectly played from Hecarim there.
Misfits looking very strong in this game, and you have to question, is it a case of Bovine just making mistakes?
Yeah,
So
I think. Yeah, I'm really confused by the Bovine's mentality here.
Well, we'll see. We'll see what happens. Again, they're still sitting on a game, so they are still okay in this situation if they were to lose this one, and it will take it to the best of 5. So, but Misfits look incredibly strong so far in this game. But hey, we've seen that in the last game where Misfits were ahead, but then they managed to drop it in the team fights.
Yeah, I think the reoccurring theme here that we're seeing is that Misfits seem to be stronger in lane, and Bovine seem to be stronger in team fights. That was a very good ultimate from Ezreal, and an even better flash from MF.
Weren't quite able to finish Amon Prop though, so he does get away from that situation. Do you think that Marzius Toxic will be able to take much information away from this for the finals?
Without wanting to be too harsh on either team, I think there's been good points and there's been some real awful points to both aspects of the team's plays.
Yeah.
Trying to be generous, I'd like to think that was on purpose from Bovine in the hopes that they're going to go through to the final.
Well, it looks like Zinkins is taking a lot of damage here. Can he get out alive? Looks like he can, but we might have another team engage.
Yeah, I can only assume that they're trying to lull them into a false sense of security.
Do you believe it's something they can, if they are the mistakes they're genuinely making, do you believe it's something they can rectify within a week before the finals? Oh, here we go. Some action on the Dragon here. They have been spotted, so it could turn it towards Misfits if they can, but they're just being held out by Steve Train. I'm not sure why then. Is there a reason they wouldn't be engaging here? Is their confidence shocked? Do they not think they can win this?
No, if Zyra was to land her roots on that little canal there, it would be pretty much an easy fight for Bovine, I think, in that situation. I think the best that they could do there was hope that one of them slipped up and strayed away from the rest of the group so they could pick them off.
Yeah.
But I think what they did in that situation was about as best as they could do.
Yeah.
As far as your point earlier, I'm not sure that the issues that we've seen from Regimon today, which I think would be fair to say the majority of the issues for Bovine, I think it's largely because he's just having a bad day, having woken up so early.
That's understandable. Obviously, the finals next week are starting a lot later than this one.
Yes.
We were here. I asked the teams to get here for 10 a.m. Obviously, we won't need to do that till 1 a.m. for next. Oh, sorry, 2 p.m. Certainly not 1 a.m. We wouldn't want them there then. So obviously, a fair few more hours in bed.
Yeah. I believe Redmond is actually part sloth. I think he needs at least 18 hours of sleep a day.
Understandable. Nocturnal sloth, essentially.
Yeah.
Probably why he's so good at League.
Maybe.
Oh, well, obviously not today. So we're seeing the battle between Ginger Wookie and Rocket again. Ginger Wookie seems to be looking better, but obviously the team's not doing so well, and he's getting fairly heavily ganked now and again with someone coming in and just finishing him off. Yeah,
I mean, what he's done well is he's managed to buy his first item without dying anymore. So now that he's nice and tanky again, it's going to help him. If he does get ganked by Hecarim, the chances of him dying to it are going to be much slimmer, especially now he's got his flashback.
Yeah.
Especially now that he's got one stack of his nom, maybe? Which of course gives him extra health.
Regimen being pushed back a bit here, but should be okay there.
So that's some good damage from Regimen there. That's where the Hex Drink is coming into play. It's giving him that confidence to stay and fight with Cassiopeia a little bit more. A good knock up and poke from Ginger Wookie. We're starting to see Rocket slip back down again now. Even though it won't be worth a kill, I'm not sure it isn't worth Hecarim going up to kind of put Ginger Wookie back in his place, and it looks like he is on his way up now.
Well, we're 60 minutes in and not a single turret falling yet, so...
No, it's been a more reserved game so far. There's obviously been a few kills here and there from Misfits, but neither team really trying to push really quickly to try and force an advantage.
Well, as much as they've got the kills, the gold advantage seems to have gone to Bovine.
Yeah, that was actually quite well done from Regiment.
Oh, and then we get the first kill for Bovine, taking out Von Zinkington. It looks like ML Prob's potentially going to go down as well. Managed to get behind the turret and forces them back.
This could be problematic here. Cassiopeia running in, although she's going to take a lot of damage, and she's actually going to go down to Steve Train.
Down. So Bovine doing the usual and starting to come back into the game now, and it looks like Rocket's gone as well. What's happened? It's just fallen apart for them.
Yeah, I mean...
Oh, it looks like Steve Train has gone down in a battle elsewhere, and we lose the first turret of the game as well. Going to Bovine, giving that additional gold boost.
Yeah, I believe Steve Train and Cassio actually killed each other there. But it was a really, really good fight from Ginger in the top lane to be able to kill the Malphite under his turret.
So we see the second turret as well going to Bovine.
That's an awful lot of gold in the favour of Bovine Omnibus there, for sure. Obviously now they've built up just over 3,000 gold. Depending on how well that's split across the team, it could mean that either one person gets focused and that's a lot of their damage gone.
Oh, this is not looking good for Bovine Omnibus here though, with the ML Prob and Enzis, but then Steve Train coming in to help.
He should be able to
gets away.
Save that.
So yeah, it looks like we might be ending up with the same story, different game here.
Yeah. Ezreal come running in there. That was very questionable. That's not the kind of thing that he wants to be doing.
Regiment there coming in for support, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. Regiment and Steve Train, are they going to go in or just tiptoe around? Oh, it looks like we're going to have a huge engage
coming
here.
In from Rocket.
No, both teams backing away again, playing a very reserved game.
But Regiment getting good damage down onto the Hecarim there.
Massive meet up in mid now.
Good strong knock.
The advantage with Bovine is they're very much grouped together, whereas you're seeing the Misfits somewhat split, but obviously now regrouping.
Yeah, Hecarim just kind of just trying to hide in the jungle so he can recall and come back. But it's a very good knock up again from Ginger Wookie. I think if he keeps knocking them up, then he'll be delighted, because it does do good damage and it also gives a great opportunity for an engage.
What should Misfits be doing right now? Obviously they had the early advantage, but it seems to have faded away.
Yeah, I mean it's very difficult because the person that they want to focus here is the Zed. However, if he gets Malphite, all he has to do in return is ult on somebody else and he disappears. It's actually going to be quite difficult for the Misfits to do anything about this, really.
Are they going to go for the dragon here?
I think they're going to try and start it, but I think they might get chased off.
Well, it looks like everyone's in the same area. If Bovine can get the steal and the kills here, then this would be very unfortunate for Misfits. And we'll probably taking heavy damage there.
Big hope.
But it looks like they might get it. So the red team have taken it. So Misfits getting that advantage at least out of this one. Will this help turn the tide?
Regiment comes running in from underneath them.
Running them down. Ginger Wookie getting caught out there, but not taking too much damage. Looks like Rocket's going to go.
And Sejuani trying to do some damage, but not quite.
So we've lost Bovine Omnibus, Steve Train, Enzis and Rocket, so two apiece there. Still engaging, looks like they're going to get away, but they do get the buff, so that gives the advantage to Misfits in that situation, but they are still heavily behind on gold.
I mean, the good thing from Bovine here is that they've obviously got Ginger Wookie's very tanky, does good damage, and it still has a lot of health left. He can really start pushing in on that turret, try and keep them there while Regiment and Kind of the Waters do some work on the mid lane turret.
Here he comes. So that should take. Yeah, there we go. There's the turret down.
I think they're going to want to back off now and go back, use some of the gold that they've just earned.
Well, the one thing that is interesting is the Misfits have still yet to take a single turret. So I don't know when they're going to be able to push towards on that one.
I think this game they're going to struggle. They might get a side lane turret. As long as Bovine play this properly, I don't see them actually getting a mid lane turret. I think Bovine can just defend it too well.
Yeah. Well, I think it's also a testament to how close these teams really are balanced. Even this game can still go either way right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, all it takes is one good team fight and the tables can turn so easily.
Yeah. Well, we have seen Barons live, so
yeah,
get the team fight in, get the early kills, steal Baron, and then push for the win. We're 22 minutes in now, so not sure how much longer this will go, but it could be a while.
I can see this game either going really, really well and ending really quickly for Bovine, or I can see it going poorly for Bovine and Misfits really stretching this out and ruining their confidence. If I'm brutally honest, I don't really see a way for Misfits to win at this point.
Okay.
I don't think their team comp is strong enough, but it depends if they want to be nice to Marzius Toxic and kind of just throw them off their game a little bit.
Right.
But I could be shut up, you know. There's always a way in. It's just whether or not they find it, really.
We have seen that Bovine have been very strong in team fights.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I made the comparison earlier on about TSM, and it definitely is the Bovine's strength. Hecarim going very, very deep onto Ezreal there and getting the kill, which is good. That's a
Huge
fantastic
fight
ultimate from Zyra. And that's
Ginger Wookiee on a rampage.
a good kill onto Misfortune.
But they have dropped multiple people. So this could be the way back in for the Misfits. If they try and take out Ginger Wookiee, obviously the turret protecting him now. Are they going to go for the kill, or are they just going to push back and hold? It looks like they're going to try and hold, but they have taken out 3 of them, only losing themselves Von Zinkington.
Yeah, I mean, that was actually fantastically well played from the Hecarim there, splitting up the team quite well. He trapped the Zyra in with the rest of the Misfits team, finished off the Ezreal on his own and come back in. Now Zyra did get a very good ultimate there, and I think, to be fair, that's probably the reason why that wasn't an ace.
Yeah. Still quite an advantage in gold to the Bovine. He's not doing so well in that team fight.
Yeah.
But any more situations like that, and we could see Misfits turn this right around.
Absolutely. I mean, it's not even so much about the gold. Once you start to get further into the game, you get longer and longer death timers, and it's so easy to just win one team fight, get 2 turrets and an inhibitor, and then it just goes downhill from there.
It's this sort of time of game where teams are surely looking to take a few dragons, get a few extra buffs in.
Yeah, they'll just be chilling. They'll know the dragon's up soon. You'll probably see in about 20 seconds or so some wards starting to go down, trying to scout each other out. That was an attempted ultimate from Cassiopeia there, hoping to get a kill over the wall. But
Ginger Wookiee just showing how strong he is in that build. Regiment coming in. Are they going to take out Rocket now? Getting heavily pushed back. He does have the turret. They do back off. Rocket lives to fight another day.
It was good damage, but I wouldn't necessarily have altered a Malphite as a Zed.
We are seeing a heavy throw in there from Enzis. Is he the wrong side?
Oh, that
But we
is
are
a
seeing
fantastic engage from Hecarim and a brilliant ultimate from Von Zinkington. That's what I was talking about before in the start of the game. If he's allowed to just fire off his entire ultimate, it really does shred.
Enz is very close to losing his life there, but able to get away from this fight. There's another one in the bag for Misfits. Misfits slowly pushing down mid. Ginger Wookiee backing off very wisely. And they seem to be rotating down towards
Bovine
jungle.
Omnibus trying to sneak that dragon while they saw that Misfits were hovering around mid lane. Just being shepherded off by the Ezreal and the...
Wow, Ginger Wookiee being pushed right out of that one. Looks like he's going to lose it there.
He's going to go down.
So he's shut down. Now they're going to be able to take the dragon. Not in time. So the blue team managed to take the dragon. That goes to the Bovine. But it looks like they might get a wipe from this as well. And obviously with the timers extending, they will be out of action for a little bit longer.
That was, even though he died, that was really, really well played from Ginger Wookiee. He managed to draw away the Misfits team to make sure they couldn't dive in and try and steal that dragon properly.
Well, can they make advantage of this 20-25 seconds that they have without anyone else on, well, with two of the players from the Bovine down? I'm not sure how much they'll be able to get done in this time, but let's see what they can manage.
I think they could push their advantage across the top and bottom lanes as they seem to be doing at the moment. I don't see why Hecarim wouldn't be able to get that top lane turret for a bit of extra team gold.
Yeah.
Malphite, I think, is just going to want to push it back, hopefully wait for the minions to take it down for him, and then just regroup in mid and hope for much of the same, really.
Yeah. Interesting, we see Rocket down on the bottom lane as opposed to top where he's normally battling with Ginger Wookiee. Obviously Ginger Wookiee down for a while, but are they changing it up now?
I think at this point Malphite's just going to be looking for wherever the gold is good, really. I think he's just going to be, he's seen that there is quite a wave there, and to try and help him get his next item, which is a void portal.
Entis in a vulnerable position there, but he does have support from No Tears and Von Zinkington now up in mid.
So I think we're going to see now the Misfits starting to come back to mid, starting to group up again, hoping that they can get a decent engage and don't let Von Zinkington get caught out, so that you can get a good ultimate off.
We're definitely seeing grouping a lot more than we were before. Another battle there, Rocket and Ginger Wookiee back on the top lane. Nothing quite like the classics.
I think these two are somewhat obsessed with each other.
Yeah.
They've been holding hands as much as possible.
Yep. I wonder if they're playing footsie under the desks as well.
Probably.
And Entis charging down again. It's a huge team fight coming up now.
Oh, that's a good ultimate from Von Zinkington and from Cassiopeia.
Ginger Wookiee heavily tagged.
Brilliant damage to Ginger
Bovine
Wookiee.
Omnibus going to go down surely.
Fantastic ultimate from Rocket there. That's really going to do a lot of help for
Bovine Omnibus down,
Misfits.
flips all the way back. And it's a great team fight once again from the Misfits.
Now, while that was happening, Vegemon's actually pushed in the bottom lane and he's taken an inhibitor turret. That's going to be really, really helpful in future if he can escape the wrath of Malphite. He's come running in. He obviously hasn't got his ultimate anymore. Then the next time they get a couple of kills, that can be an easy inhibitor and then even a push for Baron.
It's a phenomenal play there by Bovine, even while losing the player Bovine Omnibus as well then.
This the current score for Bovine Omnibus, the player, is where I'm used to seeing falls in his score, not at the same time. Ezreal picking himself up a blue there, hoping that he's going to get the opportunity to do some poke. We're seeing a bit of a gravitational pull from top lane here. Everyone seems to be kind of hovering around Baron top lane area.
Yeah. Obviously keeping vision is key at this moment.
I mean, Burn would absolutely turn it. So if they were to allow it to be snuck away, then they could be in real trouble for either team.
Interestingly, I don't believe that Misfits have managed to get a single turret yet.
No, you're quite right. They still haven't. I
31 minutes in and not one turret down for Misfits. It shows they're really going for a different kind of strategy here. And obviously they lost an inhib. Did they lose an inhib, did you say?
They lost an inhib turret. So.
Oh, the turret. For the inhib, sorry, yes, yeah. So Bovine very much pushing the map in their favour.
I did notice that while we were on our quote-unquote lunch break,
well, it looks like they're going to get another turret. A huge team fight here again.
Great
Enzis throwing in. Being forced back, it seems.
That was a good engage from Enzis, but a bit of a lackluster ultimate from Steve Train. I think they just wanted to make sure there was no follow-up.
Are they becoming savvy to this tactic? Another blue turret. Oh no, sorry, it's the first turret down from Misfits.
Yeah, that's the side lane being taken by the minions.
I believe.
We're seeing a bit of a dance going on now.
Yeah, neither team looking to want to overcommit or make that extra play that could cause risk.
Yeah, I mean, Bovine obviously very aware that Regiment isn't with them while he's clearing out that little portal. But equally, Misfits very aware that they're on their own. They don't really have the damage.
This is huge. Are we going to see something here? And then equally, are we going to see someone try and take Baron after this?
Yeah, I mean, you can see Regiment flying in there around the back.
No tears finally shut down. Looks like Bovine Omnibus is going to get killed as well in this exchange, so we lose him.
That's Rob down.
Ron Zinkington out. ML Prob.
That's probably
Enzis
going to be
running
Enzis
away.
going down.
And we're going to see is this Rocket going down as well. Ginger Wookie obviously fairly familiar with him. Regiment as well going in for the kill. They're bound to take him surely. He has run round and trapped them, so they're going to take damage from that turret.
Now I think this is probably going to be the final nail in the coffin, really, for Misfits. I don't really see that they've got a way back from that. That was an engage from 4 members of the Bovine team.
Really hunting down colours there from Enzis. I don't think they're going to get out of there alive. Nope. Denied.
It was a good thought from Ezreal, but unfortunately with the home guard buff from the 20-minute plus having your tier 2 boots, it's not really much where you're getting away from that pony. That pony wanted feeding, and he wanted feeding now.
Okay, are we going to see a Baron here?
They're hovering around, but I don't think they're feeling confident enough to do it at the moment. I think after that previous engage, I don't think they've actually got the ability.
Well, as we saw, if they had tried, they would have got swarmed out incredibly quickly. Is this a bait?
I wouldn't like to see Cassio burn her ultimate on Ginger Wookie again. If that had been anyone else that had come into that bush, I think they would have been absolutely laughing. I think that could have really turned the fight for them. But you can see there how much damage that knockup did.
Yeah, just such a heavy build that it's almost impossible to take Ginger Wookie down. Are we going to see Bovine Omnibus die as well?
It's cleaned up. And you can see Malphite in the corner of your screen there chasing away.
Regiment. Is Regiment going to go down? Regiment's on a killing spree, so didn't go down, but now has fallen.
That's actually
Ginger Wookie. Are we going to see Bovine Omnibus and Colours go down as well?
That should be an easy kill, yeah.
Wow, phenomenal play by Misfits, clearing the whole team for an ace.
Play.
There's 3 of them left, so they can really push through mid lane now and see what goes on.
So that's
can they take advantage of this time? They've got another 20 seconds to go, or 11 seconds before Steve Train even respawns, and they're pushing down now on mid for that turret. Obviously, we know they only have 1 turret down so far, so
Yeah.
It's a very tall ask, even just with the turrets alone, to try and clear that in the time in which they had
Yeah,
without any other players.
I'm actually very surprised that Bovine have managed to keep their turrets up for as long as they have.
Yeah.
But full credit to them. They've done a really good job. I think we're going to see probably a group up from Bovine, and they're just going to want to push their advantage, obviously seeing that they've only got one in Nexus turret left.
Yeah. So we've got obviously an easy lane for them down on bottom. If they do want to sneak in through there.
Yeah, I mean, they could sneak in. I don't actually.
Oh, we're going to see Baron here.
Yeah. They're just charging up for the Baron. They know
so if
it's
they
theirs.
take Baron, that's going to be huge advantage for them. They can probably push through to the final.
Yeah, I think it's just going to be a pretty smooth run from there.
So Ginger Wookiee now taking out Rocket, as we've seen many times before. Is he going to be able to get the kill on this one? With Baron going on at the same time, Baron down, that gives him a huge advantage. That's going to really help Ginger Wookiee in this fight against Rocket, but he is being helped out by No Tears. Regiment coming in as support for Wookiee. They do have the turret as well, so that should slow them down. ML Prob looks like he's going to lose out to Colour here.
Yeah, there's no real way that a Trundle's going to be doing that well against Nezreal when the Ezreal's got Baron buff. It's just a case cleaned up there, and that's a good engage from the Bovine Omnibus team there. And with only a Cassio and a Hecarim left, I don't really see that there's any way that they could be stopped.
Yeah, well, they're really pushing it on now. Looks like they're going to take that inhib turret and potentially the inhib, but they're really just chasing them down now. Ginger Wookiee just cannot be stopped. Unbelievable play.
Ginger Wookiee really showing what that champion can do. He can just do so much damage and be so tanky at the same time.
Really pushing in here
Ends
now.
is getting a good kill onto Regiment.
Is this going to be the end here?
Yeah, I don't see that there's a way. I mean, it's going to be 9 seconds, and it's only MLP Rob and the Nexus up.
Well, if that is the case, then we are going to see a rematch in the finals then next week against Marzius Toxic versus the Bovine Omnibus. Obviously, both meeting in the summer finals, with that one going 3-1 to Marzius Toxic. It looks like they are going to take it. So congratulations to Bovine Omnibus, who are once again in the finals for the eSports.je League of Legends tournament. We will be able to see them next week live at the Digital Jersey Hub, obviously our winter finals powered by Shaw. So head down there are tickets available for you to get on the eSports.je website if you want to go and see them compete again. There will be giveaways for people attending, and we can't wait to see you then, as well as the other two teams. Thank you very much. We are going to be leaving here from 4 Region now at the Tech Fair 2016, and we hope to see everyone here again next year, and hopefully many more teams. Thank you very much, and goodbye.
Thank you very much.